too. For a friendly face and trustworthy knowledge, call these hometown girls at 405-641-7388. Go Wildcats!
Cashin FBC is a church seeking to grow in Christ and our love for the body of Christ. With ministries from children to youth to adults, we strive to present the gospel in an engaging and meaningful way. Sunday school meets at 9:45 a.m. and worship starts at 11 a.m. Children and youth meet on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Please check our website at cashinfbc.org for more information, and we hope to see you this Sunday, located a half-mile east of Cashin.
Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape is not your ordinary pool builder. From traditional to exotic and anything in between, our staff offers paramount quality and service through the entire design and build process. We provide service to the entire OKC metro and surrounding towns. So relax, knowing our team is wholeheartedly committed to building a trusting and lasting relationship with you. Visit us on Facebook or give us a call today at 405-285-9729. Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape.
Stream like the pros with Squirtle Live. Find out more at squirtle.com/stream.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging works seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorst get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
Christy Perry is a Cashin-based attorney providing clients in Oklahoma with trusted, experienced legal counsel regarding wills and trusts, bankruptcy, and other areas of law. Flexible scheduling is available to discuss your options, and your first consultation is free. If you need assistance regarding a legal matter, call your local Oklahoma licensed attorney, Christy Perry, at 918-373-0882.
At Maples Nixon Dieselhorst, we've helped a lot of people, and our goal was to treat each and every person like a friend. And as a friend, we've got your back, always. We understand what you're going through. Being lawyers is what we do, but it's not all that we are. We care. We'll stand beside you throughout the entire legal process, not just as lawyers, but as your friends. We are Maples Nixon Dieselhorst, and we are here to help.
Cashin Shape Up Fitness is locally owned and operated with no contracts or sign-up fees. Our rates start at only $30 per month, and we have tanning available. Everything you need to work on your health and fitness. So contact Amber Lee to sign up today, 405-538-8248. And don't forget to check us out on Facebook, Cashin Shape Up Fitness. Have a pest problem? Call Rural Pest Solutions today. We offer as-needed services as well as a variety of treatment schedules. We're family-owned and operated, and we specialize in treating life's smallest problems: spiders, ants, roaches, termites, mice, and more. For both residential and commercial, we're ready to solve your pest problems today. So call Rural Pest Solutions in Cashin, 405-238-6565. Proud supporter of Wildcat athletes.
Chris Cochran and his whole football family are really fired up for the Cashin Wildcats tonight. Also about him joining forces with Legacy Insurance and Investments. He has taken his extensive 25 years of experience and proven customer service down to one of the historic buildings on Cashin's Main Street. Chris is an independent agent now and can shop all of your farm, personal, commercial, and life policy needs to provide you with a lot of different options. He is also licensed to assist with all of your financial planning needs like 401k rollovers, IRAs, and mutual funds. Call Chris anytime and let him go to work for you. Our partnership will be a win-win.
For 31 years and counting, Community State Bank has taken great pride in being your hometown bank. With branches located in Cashin, Dover, and Hennessy, CSB strives to reflect the small-town hospitality these communities are known for. Our friendly staff is here to serve you and provide one of the best banking experiences around, equipping our customers with the latest in banking technology combined with a personal, down-home relationship. Come into one of our local branches or visit us at www.mycsb.com. Community State Bank, small-town banking, the way it should be. Member FDIC. At Water Heater Man, we specialize in repairing and replacing all water heaters. We service the OKC Metro and surrounding towns with fast, reliable service. We keep our vans fully stocked with essential parts needed for basic repairs, and new tanks are always on the vans ready to go. We offer free estimates on all jobs with financing options available. We match manufacturer's warranty for all newly replaced water heaters. We'll get your water heater back up and running as fast as possible so you don't have to put your life on hold waiting for service. Give us a call today, 405-844-TANK. That's 405-844-8265. Go Wildcats!
Support your school's booster club and get your business in front of thousands of potential customers.
Talk about a win-win.
Advertising packages start on this streaming station for less than $10 a game. Call 405-726-0835 or email adam@squirtle.com right now for more information.
Storm season is coming, people, and your first choice for roofing needs should be Rhino Roofing. Locally owned and operated, the Rhino specializes in all types of repair and replacement. Large scale, traditional, modern, unique roof lines, they can do it all. Protect your home and your family with the specialized services of Rhino Roofing. Visit our Facebook page today and make an appointment. Rhino Roofing is all the hype for any roof type.
I'm Todd Miller, and this is Grain & Grange, the coolest furniture store you've never heard of. Come see us.
Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree is dedicated to championing our clients through complicated and challenging litigations. We pride ourselves on a proven track record of success brought forth by fierce litigation skills. The lawyers and staff of our firm are dedicated to effective and personalized representation for every client who entrusts our service. Uncompromising integrity, unparalleled results. Call Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree, 405-232-1211. Gateway Realty is a mother-daughter team that has a heart for small-town life. Both Anita and Kelly were born and raised in Cashion and are still raising their families here. Their family homesteaded in Cashion in 1908, and it's been home ever since. Anita and Kelly know this town, love this town, and would love to help make this your home too. For a friendly face and trustworthy knowledge, call these hometown girls at 405-641-7388. Go Wildcats!
Cashion FBC is a church seeking to grow in Christ and our love for the body of Christ. With ministries from children to youth to adults, we strive to present the gospel in an engaging and meaningful way. Sunday school meets at 9:45 a.m. and worship starts at 11 a.m. Children and youth meet on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Please check our website at cashionfbc.org for more information, and we hope to see you this Sunday, located a half-mile east of Cashion.
Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape is not your ordinary pool builder. From traditional to exotic and anything in between, our staff offers paramount quality and service through the entire design and build process. We provide service to the entire OKC metro and surrounding towns. So relax, knowing our team is wholeheartedly committed to building a trusting and lasting relationship with you. Visit us on Facebook or give us a call today at 405-285-9729. Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape.
Stream like the pros with Squirtle Live. Find out more at squirtle.com/stream.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging works seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorst get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
Christy Perry is a Cashion-based attorney providing clients in Oklahoma with trusted, experienced legal counsel regarding wills and trusts, bankruptcy, and other areas of law. Flexible scheduling is available to discuss your options, and your first consultation is free. If you need assistance regarding a legal matter, call your local Oklahoma licensed attorney, Christy Perry, at 918-373-0882.
At Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, we've helped a lot of people, and our goal was to treat each and every person like a friend. And as a friend, we've got your back always. We understand what you're going through. Being lawyers is what we do, but it's not all that we are. We care. We'll stand beside you throughout the entire legal process, not just as lawyers, but as your friends. We are Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, and we are here to help.
Cashion Shape Up Fitness is locally owned and operated with no contracts or sign-up fees. Our rates start at only $30 per month, and we have tanning available. Everything you need to work on your health and fitness. So contact Amber Lee to sign up today. 405-538-8248. And don't forget to check us out on Facebook, Cashion Shape Up Fitness. Have a pest problem? Call Rural Pest Solutions today. We offer as-needed services as well as a variety of treatment schedules. We're family-owned and operated, and we specialize in treating life's smallest problems: spiders, ants, roaches, termites, mice, and more. For both residential and commercial, we're ready to solve your pest problems today. So call Rural Pest Solutions in Cashion, 405-238-6565. Proud supporter of Wildcat athletes.
Chris Cochran and his whole football family are really fired up for the Cashion Wildcats tonight. Also about him joining forces with Legacy Insurance and Investments. He has taken his extensive 25 years of experience and proven customer service down to one of the historic buildings on Cashion's Main Street. Chris is an independent agent now and can shop all of your farm, personal, commercial, and life policy needs to provide you with a lot of different options. He is also licensed to assist with all of your financial planning needs like 401k rollovers, IRAs, and mutual funds. Call Chris anytime and let him go to work for you. Our partnership will be a win-win.
For 31 years and counting, Community State Bank has taken great pride in being your hometown bank. With branches located in Cashion, Dover, and Hennessy, CSB strives to reflect the small-town hospitality these communities are known for. Our friendly staff is here to serve you and provide one of the best banking experiences around, equipping our customers with the latest in banking technology combined with a personal, down-home relationship. Come into one of our local branches or visit us at www.mycsb.com. Community State Bank, small-town banking, the way it should be. Member FDIC.
At Water Heater Man, we specialize in repairing and replacing all water heaters. We service the OKC Metro and surrounding towns with fast, reliable service. We keep our vans fully stocked with essential parts needed for basic repairs, and new tanks are always on the vans ready to go. We offer free estimates on all jobs with financing options available. We match manufacturer's warranty for all newly replaced water heaters. We'll get your water heater back up and running as fast as possible so you don't have to put your life on hold waiting for service. Give us a call today, 405-844-TANK. That's 405-844-8265. Go Wildcats!
Support your school's booster club and get your business in front of thousands of potential customers. Talk about a win-win. Advertising packages start on this streaming station for less than $10 a game. Call 405-726-0835 or email adam@squirtle.com right now for more information.
Storm season is coming, people, and your first choice for roofing needs should be Rhino Roofing. Locally owned and operated, the Rhino specializes in all types of repair and replacement. Large scale, traditional, modern, unique roof lines, they can do it all. Protect your home and your family with the specialized services of Rhino Roofing. Visit our Facebook page today and make an appointment. Rhino Roofing is all the hype for any roof type.
I'm Todd Miller, and this is Grain and Grange, the coolest furniture store you've never heard of. Come see us.
Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree is dedicated to championing our clients through complicated and challenging litigations. We pride ourselves on a proven track record of success brought forth by fierce litigation skills. The lawyers and staff of our firm are dedicated to effective and personalized representation for every client who entrusts our service. Uncompromising integrity, unparalleled results. Call Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree, 405-232-1211.
Gateway Realty is a mother-daughter team that has a heart for small-town life. Both Anita and Kelly were born and raised in Cashion and are still raising their families here. Their family homesteaded in Cashion in 1908, and it's been home ever since. Anita and Kelly know this town, love this town, and would love to help make this your home too. For a friendly face and trustworthy knowledge, call these hometown girls at 405-641-7388. Go Wildcats!
Cashion FBC is a church seeking to grow in Christ and our love for the body of Christ. With ministries from children to youth to adults, we strive to present the gospel in an engaging and meaningful way. Sunday school meets at 9:45 a.m. and worship starts at 11 a.m. Children and youth meet on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Please check our website at cashionfbc.org for more information, and we hope to see you this Sunday, located a half-mile east of Cashion.
Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape is not your ordinary pool builder. From traditional to exotic and anything in between, our staff offers paramount quality and service through the entire design and build process. We provide service to the entire OKC metro and surrounding towns. So relax, knowing our team is wholeheartedly committed to building a trusting and lasting relationship with you. Visit us on Facebook or give us a call today at 405-285-9729. Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape.
Stream like the pros with Squirtle Live. Find out more at squirtle.com/stream.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging works seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorst get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
Christy Perry is a Cashion-based attorney providing clients in Oklahoma with trusted, experienced legal counsel regarding wills and trusts, bankruptcy, and other areas of law. Flexible scheduling is available to discuss your options, and your first consultation is free. If you need assistance regarding a legal matter, call your local Oklahoma licensed attorney, Christy Perry, at 918-373-0882.
At Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, we've helped a lot of people, and our goal was to treat each and every person like a friend. And as a friend, we've got your back always. We understand what you're going through. Being lawyers is what we do, but it's not all that we are. We care. We'll stand beside you throughout the entire legal process, not just as lawyers, but as your friends. We are Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, and we are here to help.
Cash-In Shape-Up Fitness is locally owned and operated with no contracts or sign-up fees. Our rates start at only $30 per month, and we have tanning available. Everything you need to work on your health and fitness. So contact Amber Lee to sign up today. 405-538-8248. And don't forget to check us out on Facebook, Cash-In Shape-Up Fitness. Have a pest problem? Call Rural Pest Solutions today. We offer as-needed services as well as a variety of treatment schedules. We're family-owned and operated, and we specialize in treating life's smallest problems. Spiders, ants, roaches, termites, mice, and more. For both residential and commercial, we're ready to solve your pest problems today. So call Rural Pest Solutions in Cashin, 405-238-6565. Proud supporter of Wildcat Athletes.
Chris Cochran and his whole football family are really fired up for the Cashin Wildcats tonight. Also about him joining forces with Legacy Insurance and Investments. He has taken his extensive 25 years of experience and proven customer service down to one of the historic buildings on Cashin's Main Street. Chris is an independent agent now and can shop all of your farm, personal, commercial, and life policy needs to provide you with a lot of different options. He is also licensed to assist with all of your financial planning needs like 401k rollovers, IRAs, and mutual funds. Call Chris anytime and let him go to work for you. Our partnership will be a win-win.
For 31 years and counting, Community State Bank has taken great pride in being your hometown bank. With branches located in Cashin, Dover, and Hennessy, CSB strives to reflect the small-town hospitality these communities are known for. Our friendly staff is here to serve you and provide one of the best banking experiences around, equipping our customers with the latest in banking technology combined with a personal, down-home relationship. Come into one of our local branches or visit us at www.mycsb.com. Community State Bank, small-town banking, the way it should be. Member FDIC.
At Water Heater Man, we specialize in repairing and replacing all water heaters. We service the OKC Metro and surrounding towns with fast, reliable service. We keep our vans fully stocked with essential parts needed for basic repairs, and new tanks are always on the vans ready to go. We offer free estimates on all jobs with financing options available. We match manufacturer's warranty for all newly replaced water heaters. We'll get your water heater back up and running as fast as possible so you don't have to put your life on hold waiting for service. Give us a call today, 405-844-TANK. That's 405-844-8265. Go Wildcats!
Support your school's booster club and get your business in front of thousands of potential customers. Talk about a win-win. Advertising packages start on this streaming station for less than $10 a game. Call 405-726-0835 or email adam@squirtle.com right now for more information.
Storm season is coming, people, and your first choice for roofing needs should be Rhino Roofing. Locally owned and operated, the Rhino specializes in all types of repair and replacement, large scale, traditional.
Welcome in here to the Kingfisher County Livestock Show. We are in the cattle show today. We had the lamb and goats a couple weeks ago before the Snowvid 21 hit.
Yeah, before all the snow came in.
Yeah. So we got cattle today, they moved it back, helped everybody out a little bit.
A lot nicer weather today
yeah,
for sure.
A lot nicer weather. That's what I saw a deal the other day. Said Mother Nature's trying to act like she just didn't try to kill us about 2 days ago.
Oh, I know.
But we're here, and it's a beautiful day. We got the steer showman back there just getting ready, prepping away, and about ready to fire up here. We are brought to you today by Legacy Insurance and Financial Services out of Cashin and Squirtle.tv, and we are over here, and we really want to put these ag kids in the spotlight today, and we're going to have Drew Baker and Hunter Collins. Hunter hadn't made it here yet, but they're going to do a little announcing and kind of walk you through the day and put a highlight on some of these kids today. So, Drew, appreciate you being here.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
Looking forward to it. We are going to cut back over to commercial for a little bit, and then as soon as they start the cattle show, we'll cut back in here, and we will fire off as soon as they do. Stay tuned.
Modern, unique roof lines, they can do it all. Protect your home and your family with the specialized services of Rhino Roofing. Visit our Facebook page today and make an appointment. Rhino Roofing is all the hype for any roof type.
I'm Todd Miller, and this is Grain & Grange, the coolest furniture store you've never heard of. Come see us.
Wiggins, Sewell & Ogletree is dedicated to championing our clients through complicated and challenging litigations. We pride ourselves on a proven track record of success brought forth by fierce litigation skills. The lawyers and staff of our firm are dedicated to effective and personalized representation for every client who entrusts our service. Uncompromising integrity, unparalleled results. Call Wiggins, Sewell & Ogletree, 405-232-1211.
Gateway Realty is a mother-daughter team that has a heart for small-town life. Both Anita and Kelly were born and raised in Cashin and are still raising their families here. Their family homesteaded in Cashin in 1908, and it's been home ever since. Anita and Kelly know this town, love this town, and would love to help make this your home too. For a friendly face and trustworthy knowledge, call these hometown girls at 405-641-7388. Go Wildcats!
Cashin FBC is a church seeking to grow in Christ and our love for the body of Christ. With ministries from children to youth to adults, we strive to present the gospel in an engaging and meaningful way. Sunday school meets at 9:45 a.m. and worship starts at 11 a.m. Children and youth meet on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Please check our website at cashinfbc.org for more information, and we hope to see you this Sunday, located a half-mile east of Cashin.
Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape is not your ordinary pool builder. From traditional to exotic and anything in between, our staff offers paramount quality and service through the entire design and build process. We provide service to the entire OKC metro and surrounding towns. So relax, knowing our team is wholeheartedly committed to building a trusting and lasting relationship with you. Visit us on Facebook or give us a call today at 405-285-9729. Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape.
Stream like the pros with Squirtle Live. Find out more at squirtle.com/stream.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging work seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorse Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorse get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
Christy Perry is a Cashion-based attorney providing clients in Oklahoma with trusted, experienced legal counsel regarding wills and trusts, bankruptcy.
We're just lucky and fortunate to be able for these kids to come and evaluate, bring their livestock and be able to exhibit them. And we are fortunate. We hope that you guys enjoy it as well as what we can here.
Okay, we're back here at the Kingfisher County Cattle Show. Our announcer is getting started by going off over the rules and introducing the judge for the show today. We're getting started here with the steer show, which is our British breeds, which are the Angus, Shorthorn, and Hereford cattle, which is why you're going to see a wide variety of color and looks amongst the classes as they're all out here. Our judge for today, judging the cattle show, is Mr. Brandon Callis. He works at Redlands Community College, attended Kansas State University and studied animal science at Texas A&M, and currently lives in Minco, Oklahoma. In our first class here for the British breeds, we have Jake LeBlue from Cashion, Evan Enders, and Leah Dickin.
He's a good friend of mine. I've known since he was in high school. Brandon Callis.
Some of the things our judge is going to look for here today are going to be the volume and performance of each one of these cows. That's going to compare the different size, capacity, as well as how they may perform in the future. You want a deep-bodied animal that can consume large amounts of feed but also allow it to grow and reach market weight at a maturity rate that's fast enough. Indicators for this are rib cage length, depth, and shape, and the depth of the flank, which is another part of the cattle.
Maroon will lead pretty deep all the way through out here.
As the judge moves these contestants all around the ring, he's also going to be looking for certain carcass qualities among them to determine which one of his choices are best for that. Some of the the better qualities he's going to look for, in this carcass quality are going to be highest cutability, which means the highest amount of cuts of meat that he's going to be able to get out of these cattle, the best combination of quality as well as yield, and the most appropriate grade choice that he can tell by looking at these cattle, as well as which of these individuals are what he would consider to be market ready.
Let's welcome him with a round of applause for being working with us. Thank you, Brandon.
Again, the announcer just finished up introducing the judge as he is walking around looking at this first class of British cattle. And again, in this first class, we have Cashion's own Jake LeBlue, as well as Evan Enders and Leah Dickin.
First of all, good afternoon, and I know it was way too big and too good of an introduction. I do teach down here at Redlands, but I love doing this. We raised a few of these, and then we're showing now as well. So in the trenches with a lot of you out here. This is a good way to start off the year with our British show. And three good steers. They're just a little different maybe where they're at or you read them structurally, but the Canfield to start off with probably combines the things I like about their second and third. Good body, soft made, practical type of a steer, legs to his shoulder smooth, got plenty of lower quarter and muscle when you get in behind him, still square over his back. He's not the longest and cleanest neck one out here, but I think from shoulders back, he's just the best kind of fat steer amongst this group. Still handles the structure adequately well, even though that's where I give the advantage to the white steer. That's the sound steer in this class. Really long strided, really smooth in the way he handles his structure, really comfortable in his spine there as well. Just got to make that call on muscle with that guy. He probably gives up the most of these three. Want to open him up just a bit more right there over his top, make him just a little bolder. We got a little time to get that down the road, but right now, just a little greener still here. Then the interesting one for me is the one here in third. There's some freaky pieces, this guy. Like, he is so good that He is so heavy boned and so good out of his hip, probably the most muscular of the three. Just got to make that call structure where you're on him. If you call him good enough, he can win that class. I don't call him quite good enough, and so I set him there in third. But that's 3 nice steers there in that class.
So the judge just gave his oral reasons there for Class 1. Jake LeBlue from Cashin ended up second. In first place, there was Leah Dickin, and in third was Evan Sanders. Or Evan Enders, pardon me. Some of the terminology that you're going to hear the judge throw around out there as he's judging these market steers is the good qualities that he was looking for. He's going to look for a bigger topped, bigger hipped animal with wider stifle to stifle space, as well as a cow that is, or a steer that is more structurally sound as they walk across the ring here. You heard him talk about how the second place steer, Jake LeBlue's, was more sound in his step and was sounder moving, wider tracking all the way from his, toes all the way up to, or his hooves all the way up to his neck. And that was just something he looked for, but he ended up going with Miss Leah Dickens' steer there, and he, like you heard him say, bigger topped, wider hipped, and just an all-around muscle quality that was more ready at this time than they should be. And just like in the pig shows and the other shows that you'll see here, he talks about the right now. He talks about what is ready right now. That's not to say that the second place steer in that first class isn't going to be the first place steer later on down the road. He's just talking about what he sees right now. If this class of animals was to go to market as we speak, which one he would say is the best quality. This would be Class 2 of the British breeds. We have Braden Whipple, Riley Farrell, and Hagen Harrison. You'll also see the judge continuously moving these contestants around throughout the ring. This is also going to be what he looks for when he's looking at certain things as far as the frame and the skeletal size in these animals. In his skeletal size, some of the better qualities he's going to be looking for are larger framed, larger grow potential in these animals, as well as a more youthful appearing steer. Some of the other conditions that he's going to be looking for, as well as judging these market steers here today, is going to be the trimness and condition of each one of these animals and the meat quality that they're going to have later on down the road when they eventually do go to market, which is these animals' ultimate purpose. In terms of that, the things you're going to want and the things you're not going to want. On the want side, you're going to want an animal that's more correctly finished as far as just all-around package. You're going to want someone that has a more desirable degree of condition, which means the quality of the meat and the cuts of the meat that you're going to get is the most desirable, as well as a trimmer with less fat through the brisket and the flank area. Some of the qualities that you're not going to want in these animals, as far as the trimness goes, you don't want an animal that is too fatty. You don't want an animal that has less condition, less meat quality to it, and you don't want an animal that's bigger through its waists, is what he's going to be talking about when he goes into his reasons for some of these market steers. As you'll see him periodically move these contestants around the ring, you'll notice that he's going to be looking for some qualities, and he's going to be looking for some qualities that he doesn't want in these animals. And some of those qualities that he's going to be looking for, and that these contestants are going to try to avoid hiding, is you don't want an animal that reaches over their top, that reaches too far out as they walk along. You don't want one that is just straight-shouldered or tight moving, or an animal that is just structurally incorrect, as he'll talk about. This goes all the way back to the feet and legs. You don't want one that is tight-hipped or bow-legged as it goes down. You want an animal that's squared up and just an all-around nice animal to where you can look at it and know that it's sound in the way it moves, the way it stands, as well as its meat condition as they go on into the later shows. For those of you watching at home, you'll notice that these cattle shows are a lot more quiet than the pig shows that we're used to. For obvious reasons, these cattle can be a lot more skittish than our pig friends are, but you'll notice that most of the crowd, they usually don't clap, as well as there's not a lot of background noise in here.
I think another good trio, an interesting trio here, at least our second and third, but pretty easy place to find with the red one here to lead off this class. Just ground up, shoulder back, even up front. I think he's a little more dominant amongst this trio. Good shape of muscle, really good look to this calf, and yet his body shape's still right, his feet and legs still working in a pretty appropriate manner out here. You know, there'll be some cattle just a little better here, just a little more to make it ducks out of his pin as he goes ever so slightly, but still, that's being picky of rare decay. Decision for me is I go back and forth between these two because, you know, I can put these two together and kind of what you really like. I love just the shape, high-cutting look for this calf right here in second. He's got more pop to him. He's got more boldness to his body. And the one here in third, he's just got more expression to him. I wish I could relax him on his pasture just a little bit there, soften him in his body, and that's the trade-off you get with these two. This one here in third, there's not one that's deeper sided or probably as good at the ground as him. Very flexible, but you right on top behind him, on top of him, a little flatter, a little narrower, made all the way through. I want to open that eye up, particularly up top, give him more shape. But that's a nice trio of steers.
In class 2, there was Hagen Harrison with his short arm was first, Braden Whipple was second from Kingfisher, and Riley Fair was third. Now we're bringing our heavy.
The judge just finished up placing our Class 2 of our market steers. In first place was Hagen Harrison, in second place was Riley Farrar, and in third place was Braden Whipple. You'll notice in that second class, as the two second and third place cattle exited the ring, he talked about how he wanted that third place steer to have a little more top in him. As you could see, if you were watching the camera there, that third place steer in that ended up being the bottom of the class didn't have as much of a level back as that second one. However, in the second one, he talked about he wanted him a little more sound in his pasture as he exited the ring, but he ultimately went with the Mr. or Mrs. Farrar's steer in that class, who had the better muscle quality and had the most soundness throughout the whole thing and was bigger topped than that third place steer. We're moving on here to Class 3 of the British breeds. Here in Class 3, we have Case Glazier, Damon Fisher, Aubrey Greisler. That will be the third and final class of these British breeds here, and after that we'll move on to crosses. As you'll see the judge walking back and forth here, you'll notice some of the other qualities that he's going to be looking for in this third and final class of these British cattle. Some of the better qualities he's going to be looking for is he wants a cow or a steer with more deeper bodied characteristics, as well as one that has more spring of the rib, easiest fleshing, and wider chested, and the better volumed. Some of the qualities that you are not going to want and that are going to ultimately make some of these steers here placed lower in the class are flatter ribbed, hardest going, and narrow chest, as well as shallow and tight ribbed. Again, these steers are going to be market animals that eventually at the end of their show season are going to be sent into the food industry. And so he's going to be looking for, if they were to go to that place right now, to the market right now, what qualities each one of these animals has, as well as which one is better suited for its ultimate purpose at the end of this. You'll hear me continually mention the market purpose of these animals. And some of the other qualities this judge is going to look for is carcass quality. These animals' ultimate goal is to be put into the food industry from farm to table. So some of the qualities he's going to be looking for is the highest cutability rate, the highest amount of cuts of meat that you're going to get from each one of these individuals in the ring here, as well as the best condition and the quality and yield of those meat and the appropriate grade choice and the most market ready, as I've said a couple of times already, the most market ready individual that you're going to want here. You'll notice the judge talks about market ready today. As the classes go up, they increase in weight, and the reason they do this is the beef industry's ideal final live weight for an animal going to the market is between 1,250 and 1,400 pounds, and the carcass weighs between 700 and 900 pounds. These market ready animals that are too small, which would be less than 1,000 pounds in this case, cost the industry more per pound to process, and those that are too large or too big for processing facilities, and their cuts take too long and they are too large for consumption. So you're just going to see this judge kind of talk about, as he's placing this final group here, the qualities that he's looking for that market-ready look that is eventually the goal here for these contestants.
Another good trick here. Sometimes the hardest thing is to evaluate these things when they're not clipped, but our personal preference at home. We don't clip for ours either, just trying to say what we can for the big show down the road. If you can imagine it with me, and even not him not being clipped, that's the biggest body, stoutest one of this trio. That's the most appropriate in terms of just the depth of his heart, his flank, and lower body. Still handles himself with some soundness. You can still see where he parks his head neck high on the shoulder there. There's still some cleanness there. He's one that I liked him today, but boy, you get him clipped, I think he can really get into that pretty well. Relative to the calves behind him, he's a little shorter hip maybe, not quite as long and linky out through the end of his tailhead and his hip. I think a good solid kind of a fast steer. I just value his body and softness and bulk just a little more than these other two. Perfect calf lead here at second. Boy, I love his look. And again, easy to look at. We've knocked a few hairs off of him, but just his style, his presence that he has. Still a big hip calf that's got some good shape. I want to see him stouter down low in terms of his bones, his foot. I like to just rotate him a little differently in his shoulder and feet. I want to reach out and sit down just a little differently as well. Heavy bone, short one calf here, monster hip and pin, really big feet, lots of length of body and length up front to this calf. For me, of these three, he's the greenest one still in terms of just condition at this weight. I like to see him just a little softer, a little fuller there in terms of his lower body, but still one that's got some neat features and some neat pieces. That's a good trio of steers.
Okay, results of that class there was Kingfisher.
So the judges finish up Class 3 of our British breeds there, and you heard some of the terminology that he talked about, clipping and whatnot. What he means by that is you'll notice that most of these animals, if not all of them, are groomed to some extent. The two animals that did not get first place in that class were groomed more shortly to where you could see more of their muscle, and he talked about how the first place winner of that class had obvious more body than the other two. And as you can look at this through the camera right now, you can see that he's right. And what he means by clipping, if you were to trim that animal down as far as hair goes, you're going to pick up a lot more of those obvious qualities. And as he mentioned, that is probably going to happen, but at a later show, so that you can kind of reserve those qualities now and really show them out when you get to some of these bigger events here. As they're wrapping up the British breeds here for the steers, they're going to go for breed champion here. For those of you that watched our last local show, the breed champions that they will select at the end of every single breed will then go on at the very end to compete for Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion.
Through our lightweight winner again, just a good honest fat steer that still has some balance and proportion to it. That middleweight one combines some shape and some look and some extras, along with just being practical enough there in terms of just good in his feet, legs, still good in his ankles. And then our big heavyweight calf, again, love his body shape, love his muscle type. There's still some look in there. Just wanted to link it on his hip there. Maybe his rear feet setting down just a little more appropriately as you get back out here. But really nice setup, though. But to me, the red one here out of Class 2 deserves to be our champion here today.
Congratulations to Hayden Harrison from Romania. He has the champion British breed. At this time, we will pull red in second place.
The judge there for the Grand Champion selected Hagen Harrison out of that Class 2 group. As you heard the announcer said over the camera, they were pulling Mr. Braden Whipple from Class 2 also to bring in for the Grand Drive for Reserve Grand Champion here.
Bring that second in, and love his high cutability look, love his shape, particularly out there his hip and quarter. Still a neat looking one. Just want to give him a little more substance down low there as well. He's not quite as soft body maybe as some of these other ones out here, but still a good calf. But going to use a heavyweight calf to unclip one here out of Class 3 to be reserved.
Class 1 and 2, y'all stay put. Now we need Aubrey Geisler in the ring. Y'all just keep on deck and be ready to go, because this deal, Brandon, may go pretty fast through this, and we'll keep it lined up. Now, this doesn't guarantee that you're in the premium sale, but this is our...
As they just selected the Reserve Grand Champion, which was Damian Fisher, that larger black steer from the 3rd class, they're now moving on to what they would call a sale order. And what that means for sale order is when you get to these larger shows, and this being the county show, they have a sale for these animals where the students are paid and are selected to be in the sale. They don't take every individual, which is why after the Grand Drive, they continue to bring animals in based on their placings in the classes to determine sale order.
Third out will be Braden Whipple. We need Ryan Fair in the ring tonight.
As we talked about sale order earlier, there are certain amount of guaranteed spots in the sale, so they will go until they get to that certain amount. But there have oftentimes been events where a student has more than one animal or even more than one species of animal that make the sale. So after they select their whole group for the premium sale, they will then go into alternates to where in the event someone has to scratch their animal or has a different species of animal they would rather take to the sale, those alternates are then selected down the line to enter that premium sale.
Fourth out is Aubrey Geisler. We need Case Glazer in the ring next.
As you'll notice, the announcer calling individuals back into the ring, the way that works is when the judge selects an animal from the class, that the lower place of that class behind the animal he just selected comes into the ring and moves in to the slot there. And as I said before, the judge will continue calling back animals into the ring until they fill up the amount of spots for the premium sale they get, and then they will usually select several alternates afterwards in the event that a participant and its animal cannot make it, or in the event that a student has two animals of the same class or two animals of the same species and wants to take one or the other.
We need Jake LeBlue in the ring at this time.
At this time, Cashin's own Jake LeBlue is coming back into the ring. The judge just finished selecting the breed champion and reserve breed champions for our British breeds, as well as going into the sale order. They're now moving into the crossbred breed for this steer portion of our cattle show. Here coming into the ring for our Class 1 of the cross section of our steer show, we have McKenna Burhan, Riley Farrer, Sage Harahan, and Peyton Cohen. Again, as the name implies for this section of the steer show, these are the crossbred cattle. So in this you're going to see a wide variety of shapes and sizes as well as color patterns through these animals, as well as different qualities between the different breeds here. As Hunter and I have talked about at the previous show at our Cash and Achievement Day, a lot of the benefits for showing and breeding crossbred cattle is for certain species that lack certain qualities, you get to make up for those qualities down the line in the genetics of another breed, perhaps, that you'd like to select for that. And again, this being this deer class, the things you're going to look for is market-ready animals. This goes back to carcass quality, meat preparedness, meat quality, as well as the amount of meat and cuts of meat that you're going to be able to get out of these animals going forward into the future. As well as looking at the structure of these animals. If an animal moves structurally, moves soundly, and is built proportionally the most perfect, if that's even possible in these animals, the most perfect as they can get, chances are the quality of meat and the quality of that animal's carcass is going to be of the same characteristics, if not the same. As we've talked about many times in all of our other species, the handling of these animals is paramount as far as showing off the structure and the movability and the soundness as they come across the ring here. Unlike some of our other species, the cattle portion of the show can oftentimes be a lot more difficult, as these animals, for example, in this class alone, Miss McKenna Burhan is showing a 1,035-pound steer, which I'm sure outweighs her 10 times over. And as I mentioned earlier, you'll notice that these shows are a lot more quiet than, for example, these pig shows, because as most people know, these cattle and steers here get a lot more skittish. As you'll notice, some of them on our camera here skip across the ring as they move, or when there's a loud noise in the background, they'll skip and hop. So it's just a lot different environment here, as you want to keep these animals calm so that they can be exhibited the best that they can be for the judge here.
They stand here, use the gold color cap and in this class. So just one for me, compare these two, a little smoother, a little more depth and softness of body, yet boy, he's still really neat and attractive there up through his head and neck. One that's really square up top, and square out of his hip and pins, handles his hind leg adequately enough, not the most athletic one, but still one that's sound enough as we get out here and study all the pieces that he puts together. The black and white one here, probably a little harder muscle shape. I like his extra shape through his core, certainly there down his stifle, really good there over his loin, and still clean enough as you study him up front. Maybe not as heavy bone, maybe didn't set his feet down quite as attractively maybe as what the class winner does, but still a good pair of steers to start off this division.
Result of that was Riley Fair, Kingfisher had the fake chapter, first place, and Kenneth Buren, Kingfisher 4H is second on deck there. We'll come in and show you just like we did the other.
The judge just finished up his ruling on the first class there, and first place was Riley Fair. You'll notice that he mentioned squared body as he came into the ring. If you looked at that animal from a certain angle from the camera point of view, it was almost flat from its tail all the way up to its head. And he also mentioned how it lacked a little bit of athletic ability as the second place cow was, or the second place steer was, pardon me. You'll notice that that first place steer, as it walked across the ring, was a little more tighter, not as athletic and smooth going as he came across the ring there. As well as the fact that the second place animal did gain in that quality, but just overall the soundness of it, the squared bodiness of it, and the whole carcass quality of it was probably a touch better than the animal that was in second place. Here we're getting started with Class 2. We have Sage Heron, Peyton Cohen, Aiden Dickens, and Riley Fair, and Bailey Whipple. They're still waiting on one contestant to get to the ring as they move this second class of crosses along for the steer show. I believe we're still waiting on one more individual for Class 2 here to enter the ring. You won't be able to see it off camera as our final contestants entering the ring here, they were having trouble getting that individual into the ring, which is oftentimes the case here with these larger animals. As you just saw, our judge just instructed his ring help there to have the contestants move their steers in a different pattern, different manner to a different part of the ring so that he can continue to get a final look at it. Again, with these market steers, the end goal here is for them to be put back into the food industry. And one of the things that's important that continuously changes as our consumer preferences change here in the beef industry is muscling. And it's always been important in the beef industry, but heavy muscled animals produce more meat and less fat. Consumers, especially nowadays, are becoming very fat conscious and prefer beef with less fat, more leaner cuts of meat. And you can see indications of that in a lot of these animals out here, what they're trying to preference these animals off of. Also throughout the day, you'll hear our judge talk about how these animals are groomed differently throughout the day. Certain animals obviously have certain characteristics that better them from other animals, and so the contestants, when they groom these animals prior to the show, are going to try and highlight and show off and even hide some of the qualities that they don't want shown, if they have in fact those. Again, talking about the market quality of these animals here at the show today, the age at the market that they want these animals to be, which is usually the end goal and the end age of these animals showing here, is between 14 and 18 months, and the weight that I already discussed is anywhere between 1,200 and 1,400 pounds, and then the carcass weight, which is after these animals have been processed, anywhere between 700 and 900 pounds. And I mentioned fat content earlier and the different preferences that are continuing to go on in the industry. The kidney, pelvic, and heart fat content, they want it to be a 3.0 or less. Fat thickness needs to be a 1/2 inch or less, and the ribeye grade has to be anywhere from 12.5 to 14.5 square inches, and the quality grade, if you know your meat qualities, needs to be choice or higher, choice grade or higher. And the yield grade, total yield, needs to be 3.0 or less. And again, we talked about these market animals as any of the other male animals in our species go. These animals' ultimate goal is to be put into the food industry. And so if you look back 20 or 30 years at these cattle shows, you'll see a lot different animals that you're seeing nowadays. That's because consumer preference has changed a lot as time goes on, and you'll notice that in the animals if you look back at past cattle shows as you look at they are now. As you'll see here in the ring on the cameras, this judge is having a lot of these contestants move around a lot more as throughout the ring as he continues to make his decision. And a lot of them moving around, what he's going to have them do as he moves them position to position that has them held in different positions, he's going to be looking at sounder moving animals, which means that they just move extremely smooth as they move across the ring with no hitch, no long step, no stutter. He's going to be looking for those animals as opposed to one that reaches out or stutter steps as they move across the ring. One that's also wider tracking. When he means wider tracking, you don't want narrow feet. You don't want their footprints as they walk through the ring to be narrow. You want that animal to be wide and squared from its feet all the way up to, or its hooves all the way up to its neck there. Again, going back onto the soundness and the balance of these animals, you want one that's truer tracking, is going to stay consistent as they move these animals across the ring. One that's easy moving, as I've said, smooth-shouldered, and a level top line. As you've heard the judge mention several times, if you can look back at the winners that he's picked through the class, you want one that's level across her or its tail all the way back up to its neck there. And the judge has touched on that each time when he makes his selections as they go on into these classes.
I think when you study what's there, what they bring to the class, they come in a dominant fashion. This is probably, without a doubt, the most powerful steer that still keeps himself balanced. He is overbuilt and square when you get behind him. He is massive in his back and his rib cage. Heaviness of his bone is good. Although it's not the prettiest when he moves, to me, his length of stride, the way he sits down, is still comfortable enough. I like where his head and neck set in terms of where it sets on the top of the shoulder. I actually encourage you to get done this camp, because the one with that too much power, he actually lays it to his shoulder in a way that's very, very acceptable and smooth. He needs to be longer, he needs to be bigger this time, just a little more mature in his look, his feature, and his head, but still a nice kind of camp that leads off this class. What I'm going to leave here in second, I like his shape. Cutability is one thing I'm big on. I love the shape of his back. I like the shape of his hip and his quarter there as well. If he moved more comfortably, particularly up front, I could see a switch on those two. And just because he's just a little more youthful in terms of his lines and the way he puts himself together, that he wants to be just a little less athletic than I like him to be. Wants to struggle up front quite a bit more. And that was a weird thing about these two. A powerful one, you probably expect to struggle a little more. He actually handles his front skeleton quite a bit better than his black and white. I wish there was more of the silver one here in third. More from the side, he's where I want to be in terms of just his look, his freshness, his youthfulness, his levelness, his correctness. His depth of body is very, very good. He just needs to be more pulled apart in this class, and as you study him on the ground, he really wants to set maybe a little more incorrect in terms of his rear feet, be a little more coordinated in terms of the way he steps. Long-sided one here, very clean neck, very good in terms of muscle shape, a little greener in terms of his body and his front structure, and then the big stout calf that leads off this class. Can't make him any more powerful than that. Just went wrong probably in terms of structure a little more advanced than I like him to be in terms of his front end there as well. But good class, interesting class to have.
Second, third was St.
As that Class 2 exits the ring and Class 3 comes in, you'll notice that the judge talked about cutability in the difference between the first and second place one. And when he means cutability, he means the largest amounts of boneless retail meat that's going to go into the market. And you heard him again talk about smoothness and athleticism, which could have easily separated the first and second place in that class. Again, that just goes back to smoothest moving, soundest moving, and easiest to get across the ring there. As we get into our Class 3 here, we have Mackenzie Hadlick, Caden Kennedy, Evan Enders, and Cashin's Tyndall Fields. As you heard in his reasons from the last round, you said, or our judge said that he's really big on cutability, and again, that's cuts of meat that you're going to be able to get from these animals. And you'll notice, as I've said multiple times before, how these animals are trimmed up and groomed prior to this is going to highlight and hide some of the qualities that they don't want the judge to see, or that they do want the judge to see. For example, the wider individual showed by the young lady that just started moving at the front of the pen. You'll notice that the front of her steer is shaved all the way down from the bottom of its jaw down through its brisket meat. That's to highlight probably the bigger and more higher quality cuts of meat right there that animal has compared to some of the others in the ring. As you'll see the judge here walking around the ring more, you'll notice that he's going to be looking at the tops and the backs of these animals, and what he's going to want is a more streamlined, squared-off finish between the tail all the way up to the back of the shoulders and even up to the front of the neck. Tyndall Fields from Cashin, who you might remember from our local show that we had here about 3 weeks ago, you'll notice that her steer individual is very flat across the back there, and he's been looking at the other two individuals in front of her walking across the ring, as well as continuing to hit on and talk about the soundness of these animals moving across the ring. You'll notice as these classes get larger and he has to get more into the details as he comes down the line, he's going to have these animals move around a lot more so that he can judge the soundness of these animals more so in on top of the other qualities such as cutability, which he's hit on quite a bit and he said that he really looks for. And the cutability is he's going to look for an animal that if they were to go to market today, which they won't, which animal is going to produce the best quality of meat, the highest yielding amount of meat for the industry. And as I've touched on a couple of times, hitting on what those animals are looking for in the market, the weight that you're going to want to see in these market animals when they do eventually go to market is anywhere between 1,250 and 1,400 pounds, which in this class 3 here, where we're getting upon that threshold, if not past it, the highest weight animal, which is Miss Tyndall Fields from Cashin there, has an animal that weighs 1,335 pounds. So this animal theoretically could go to market as we speak. So he's really going to hit on, especially in these heavier classes, the readiness and the cutability preparedness that these animals have if they were to go forward from here. You see the judge continuously walking behind a lot of these steers as they go through here. As he does that, he's going to be looking for soundness and squared frame as you go up. As we talked about in our stride, you want one that's not going to have a small tracking area, meaning you're not going to look for a steer that's not going to be walking with its feet extremely close together. You want squaredness from the hoofs all the way up to the top of the hips and shoulders there. An animal that moves soundly and tracks at a very consistent pace, a very consistent forward, smooth pace there. An animal that doesn't reach or kick to the side.
Like we said to some of these others, there's definitely some give and take and some advantages to consider amongst this group. I think just quality-wise, this kid just kind of grabs you a little quicker than the rest of them, and his muscle shape and type is the best. And some squares built within this class, but yet still his balance is there. I love his rib cage. You get over the top of these 4 cattle, he's unparalleled in terms of just width to his back. His top shape, I like his look from the side. My probably reservation with that calf, I like to make him just a little freer, more athletic moving. He gets just a little shorter out of his rear step. I like the freedom up there. The boy, the one that just hits you the right way in terms of his profile, his quality, his stoutness, and his power. From then on, that's where I probably struggled just a little bit to get extremely comfortable. But I think from front, probably 2/3 of This one here, again, if you call him sound enough, you got a different place for him because that's probably the other truly powerfully built one in here in terms of width and muscle and substance up high. Just a little too much there up front. Want to make it more conservative in that width up front, make it more relaxed in his structure all the way through to see him move just a little more comfortably. But that's a good class of cattle.
Okay, results of Class 3 of crossbred steers. Caden Kennedy first, second was Evan Edgers, third was Mackenzie Laddick, and fourth was Kendall Fields. Right now, entering the ring, we have Kel Dickens and Dylan Fisher with their Class 4.
As the judge just finished wrapping up that Class 3 of the market steers there, you notice the differences that he talked about as he goes down the class, and the first place steer right there by Mr. Caden Kennedy and the fourth place by Miss Tyndall Fields there. Tyndall's steer, as he talked about, wasn't as sound in her muscle or in his muscle shape as he walked and as he moved across the ring. Also, he talked about how he was like to see him a little more conservative in his muscles, especially in that front shoulder area, meaning that that particular individual was just a little too more blown out in his muscle shape in his shoulders, and he would have liked to seen that a little bit different. As we get moving here into Class 4, we have Cale Dickens and Dylan Fisher. Pardon me. Again, as we move into the bottom half of our British breeds here in the steer show, you're going to notice that a lot of these animals are, he's going to spend more time looking at the cutability and the cuts of meat and the quality of the carcass as he moves on later into the show, because, as I mentioned several times, the butcher weight that you're going to see for these cattle going into the market is going to be anywhere between 1,250 and 1,400 pounds. And these two individuals here in the class are between 1,420 pounds and 1,435 pounds. So these animals could go to the market as we're talking here. And so the judge is really going to probably harp on, if I'd imagine so, he's going to harp on the cutability, the meat quality, and the soundness of each one of these animals going forward, and as well as the structure going from the squareness of his hips all the way up to their tails there.
So if you're back there in the back, and you're taking your cattle back there in the back, probably ought to be thinking about heading back this way, because this crossbred show is fixing to commence and fixing to be done in terms of the championship.
As the judge is making his final decisions here, he's probably going to have these individuals, pardon me, walk around the ring several more times. Immediately following his picks for the Class 4 winner, they'll then move on to the breed drive, as they did previously with the British breeds of cattle coming in before that. Following the breed drive, they're going to bring in the champion from the British breeds, which was Hagen Harrison from the Class 2, and the winner, or the breed champion of this crossbred selection.
I love the quality look of this calf, and then his mobility with that kind of power is still something you strive after and like to see. Big, massive hip, big back in him, sets his head and neck in a very, very neat. From his shoulder to his forehead, but boy, a neat calf that's got some neat features about it. The gray one here, I like his smoothness, I like his length, his look. When he gets apart and pulls them together, I think that calf comes together quite well. Compare him to the black one, he just gets overpowered. Not the same kind of shape and muscle. You study those two off of the rear leg, the way they travel, he probably not quite as correct the way he handles his hop and his rear leg, but still a good pair of cattle.
Congratulations to Dylan Fisher.
Class 4 was just picked, and they, if you didn't hear what the judge said for the Class 4, he picked Dylan Fisher. And you'll remember Dylan Fisher's steer is the one with just the powerful muscle and the powerful structure as he came across the ring. As the judge said in his own words, Dylan Fisher's steer there just overpowered in just sheer look and cutability as far as carcass weight goes, the smaller individual in that class. As these contestants exit the ring, they're going to start off our breed drive here for this crossbred group. Which means for this crossbred group, they're going to bring in Riley Fair of Class 1, who was the winner, Peyton Cohen of Class 2, who was the winner, and Caden Kennedy of Class 3 is the winner, as well as Dylan Fisher, who was just in the ring. And the winner of this crossbred drive for the breed champion will then go on, after they do sale order, will then go on to the the grand champion of the steer show, which will be against Mr. Hagen Harrison and winner and the breed winner of this crossbred section of the show.
Look, the way he handles himself there, still some squareness to him. Like we said, maybe you free him up just a shade. His spine is really in trouble, but he got a nice start for one to start off that division at that weight class. Really powerful, dense made one that came out of the next class. Love his rib cage and his body. He's very, very proportional as you get to study him again. For one, that big hip and that massive still lays to his shoulder and front end in the right way. He utilizes front skeleton well. You compare maybe back out here amongst a little more elite company, you like to set him down on those rear feet just a little more securely there. Star-headed when they came out of that next class, you just got to keep looking for neat presence, neat quality about that calf, and it does a good job of taking some show steer pieces, but yet still remaining pretty fast here about himself. Good disheartened forehead, a little softer in strength than maybe some out here. Like I said on him, he's not perfect in his structure. We're going to call him good enough, but I still like to see him just a little more relaxed as he goes. Then the calf that won that last class, that's the other one in terms of just quality-wise, and he just really grabs you his head and neck. The front end construction is really, really attractive. That kind of power and width, it still handles it as smoothly and as athletic as he does is really good. Just got some questions on him in terms of softness and maturity of his body and his rib that make you really call him and walk away with it amongst those drills. Really a good conversation we can have and debate back and forth, but to try to, again, we're at that point to kind of need to be fast steers and have some coverage and body on them, but at the same time, you want to keep them as correct as possible as well. To me, the one that comes the closest to that is the calf here out of the third class. He'll be a champion here in this crossbred.
Congratulations, Caden Kennedy.
That was Caden Kennedy, who just won the breed champion for the cross class. As Caden Kennedy exits the ring, since he was the breed champion, they're going to bring in the second place winner from his class there in Class 3, and that's Mr. Evan Enders. As the judge continues to look at these individuals, he'll select the reserve breed for the crossbred section.
For the second in that class, again, that trio after that winner was interesting. I still like his look, his poise he has out here, good in his body, maybe gets outpowered just a touch. And again, this one out of this last class, he does need to be fatter, but it's hard to build on that good in terms of his feet and legs, and his hip and his neck set the way he does. So, going to keep him in the mix, and he's just class 4 here to be reserved.
The judge went ahead with Mr. Dylan Fisher for that class, or for the reserve breed champion for the cross. Again, you'll hear the judge repeatedly talk about muscle quality and soundness as he moves in through the rest of the show, and he continued to hit on how powerful that individual was in the fourth class, Mr. Dylan Fisher's. terms of the champion and reserve breed champion here for the crosses, you're going to continue to hear him talk about the quality of the meats there. And probably the reason that he went with the two heavier individuals in those two classes is because the market weight for these steers as they go to market is anywhere between 1,250 and 1,400 pounds. And the two individuals that he selected for his champion were right at 1,300 pounds and 1,430 pounds. So you can see that he was really harping on the cutability and the structure as well as the market readiness of every individual that he's picked so far. And I imagine we'll probably see the same trend as he continues to go through when they go through sale order here for the crossbred class.
Kind of late, everybody. I'm trouble getting over this morning, but I'm here now. Drew's just talking about, he's picking the ones that look like they're ready to go to the feedlot, and I couldn't agree more. And that's kind of like we talked about. Kind of we talked about hogs. Every hog's got that one day that they look best for that show. Some people maybe shooting within this show, or some people maybe when Enid, coming up. But Enid's pretty close, so these steers ought to be looking, you said, about that 1,300 pound range.
Class 1.
And again, as we said, he's probably going to follow the trend here of market-ready animals. That was Riley Fair that he just picked in sale order out of the Class 1 winner. Also, as we get down here more into the sale order portion of the show, after he's already selected his champion and reserve champion, he's probably going to focus a tad bit more on structure and soundness of these animals as they move across the ring, as well as squaredness all the way from their hooves all the way up their hips through their shoulders there.
That was Class 2, Aiden Dickens.
Again, on the sale order through there, Aiden Dickens, the second place out of Class 2, was just selected for the sale order. And I'm not sure the exact amount of animals they're going to select for the sale order and how many alternates they're going to take. That's what you'll continue to see here right before we get into the grand drive for the cattle portion of our show in the steer section. You're going to continue to see him place these animals down through the line as far as sale order goes. For those of you not familiar with the way that these livestock shows work, when we say premium sale, we don't actually mean that these animals get sold and have to go to market. These premium sales essentially work as sponsorships. The students will go up there with their animals depending on the place that they got in the show, and businesses that they have gotten to sponsor them, or individuals or their school's booster clubs will then sponsor them, bid on them, and at the end of the auction, these students will get to walk away with a particular amount of money that's determined by the amount of work they put in as far as getting their sponsors and whatnot goes. And it's just a nice way for these students to receive some winnings and to receive a little bit more money back from their investment in these show animals.
Right, and that's what I kind of was talking about a little bit during the sheep show, and anybody listening that would like to, those donations, they're a good tax write-off for you too. So if y'all are looking to do some donating and looking to kind of better your local ag chapter, get in touch with those ag advisors and see if you can't see about buying a kid or pitching in on a kid at that county sale, because that's a big way how these kids make a little bit of their money back anyway.
And obviously things have been different this year from the COVID deal, and that goes from livestock shows to schools to everything else, as well as the premium sale. As far as the premium sale goes, I think that these individual students just have to go out and get their sponsors this year versus having an actual live auction as they've done in years past, obviously because of the COVID pandemic that we're going through. But it's still nice to see that we're able to have these livestock shows and still able for these kids to have the opportunity to make it to those premium sales, and for them to still be able to come out and showcase all their hard work that they put in this show season. Following the conclusion of the sale order for this portion of the steer show, they'll then move into the Grand Champion, which the Grand Champion drive is going to be between Mr. Hagen Harrison and Mr. Caden Kennedy from the British portion of the steer show into our crossbreds here. And again, the British portion was our Angus, Shorthorn, and Hereford breeds. Following the following the grand drive for the steer show, we'll move right on in to our heifer show, which has a total of 37 head of heifers that they're going to bring in there. And in that particular that particular portion of the cattle show, we're going to be talking about a lot of different more aspects of these animals as far as the breeding portions go. When they go on further into the industry, because most of the individuals in our heifer show that are going to continue in are going to go into some sort of breeding operation or go back to a family farm to continue to be bred to produce more show cattle and to better that particular operation.
Very competitive. Our British and our cross here, again, probably you can finally see what I've been trying to get in terms of just similarity of these two. They're muscular cattle, they're nice bodied cattle, yet they still got a show-steer look and a press is good. I'd say there's just one fundamental difference on these in terms of just correctness, weighing their feet and legs. That'll be our deciding factor today. And so with that, old red up front's going to be our champion here amongst this group.
Congratulations to Hagen Harrison. Here's your grand steer from the Omega FFA chapter. Now we need Dylan.
Hagen Harrison of the Class 2 in the British breed, who is also breed champion British cow or steer, ended up winning the Grand Champion for the steer show. And he talked about feet and legs at the end of there, and that was ended up being the deciding factor. And what he means by that is just squared up all the way from their hooves up through their hips. And that's just something that he has kind of touched back and forth on in his classes as he's gone up, and it's come closer together as far as not a lot of difference in muscle quality and muscle structure. He's come into the feet and legs portion. He just picked Caden Kennedy for his reserve.
You know, Drew, like you said, he's kind of picking the the bigger bone, the heavy in their feet, heavy in their bones. That's a big deal. A lot of people don't think about that, but when it comes to the feedlot, and these cows got to get to feed, or these steers got to get to feed, or get across the lot, get water. That you got to have good, strong legs, and a lot of cows go down at a feed yard, because they don't have the legs, but.
Kingfisher comes out next.
Like you said, he's kind of sticking on that trend of big bone, big heavy bone, and all the way up into the top.
You mentioned feet and legs as far as getting back and forth from food and water. That's something that definitely plays into to a fact. A lot of people don't realize this, but once these animals are on the farm, if these animals aren't structurally sound as far as their feet and legs and able to get around as far as going back from food and water, the beef industry goals there are to have animals that are more efficient. And if you have an animal that's not structurally sound or doesn't move as well or just isn't as well put together as far as being on the farm goes, that animal's going to have a lot harder time getting to feed, getting to water, and in the end, that animal's not going to have as high a quality of a carcass or cutability rate as, let's say, the animal that is smoother moving, is easier moving about the farm or easier moving about a feedlot, for example, where these animals will probably end up getting fed out at. So it all just kind of depends on, it all goes back to, your basics, your feet and legs, your soundness, and your muscle quality as these animals go forward. And he's finishing up selecting our sale order here before we get on to our heifer show. Again, as we said, following the steer show selections for sale order, we'll move right on into our heifer portion of the cattle show. And as I said before, there's 37 head of our heifers. Starting off with our heifer show, we're going to go into the Angus breed, and there's 5 classes of Angus breed cattle. Among those, for our Cashin people, we have Sadie Weaver, who is in both classes, or is in 2 classes. We have Kathleen Hamill, who's in class 5 of the Angus section. And to talk a little bit about the heifer portion of our show, as he's finishing up selecting sale order for the steer show, as we get into the heifer portion of the show, this aspect of it's not going to so much focus on meat cutability and carcass quality, more so as it's going to focus on genetics as far as feet and legs, width of a carcass, as well as soundness going forward into a breeding operation. As in the other species that we've talked about, like in the pig show or the hog show and the sheep and goat show, this is just going to be a lot more about the future of what these animals could be, the future of what they want in these certain animals. Some of the qualities that the judge is going to look for in these heifers, he's going to look for wider hipped animals. That's going to make for easier birthing. He's going to look for bigger hipped animals, bigger topped animals, wider from stifle to stifle, and more square and more muscular on the top. You've heard him talk several times in the steer show, as well as in the beginning of the British breed show, about just squareness across the top. He really likes the animals that you can go from tail all the way up to the back of the shoulders, even into the neck. They're almost squared across the top back there. Which isn't to say that in this heifer show coming up that he's not going to look for, meat qualities, carcass qualities, as well as big boned and muscled, because most of these heifers coming up in these shows are going to go back out to breeding operations, if not back to the family farm where they started. And you want an individual that's going to carry on genetics that you want, even if it is into a group of steers or even a group of bulls, if that ends up being the plan that you want to do. So he's going to have a lot more to work with and a lot more qualities to look for as this steer show gets underway. And we'll continue to hit on some of the qualities he'll probably look for as we finish up this portion of the steer show, where he's selecting for sale order as the alternates go as well.
We're selected next. We
as you heard the announcer say, we're still selecting for alternates and sale orders. They come into the ring. In the ring right now are two cash-in people. We have Tyndall Fields, who was in, if I can get my paper back real quick here, Tyndall Fields was in Class 3 of the Crossbreds. And Jake LeBlue was in Class 1 of the British Breeds at the very beginning of the show. So for those of you just tuning in, for those of you watching on the camera, you just selected Tyndall Fields, and she'll be in, I'm not sure which number, but she will be in the sale order for the premium sale coming up. I believe it's usually a week from the date of whatever show that is. And that'll be the end of the steer section of our cattle show today. It's moving right along at a pretty good pace. As soon as they wrap up moving the steers back to their respective trailers and pens and chutes, we're going to take just a very, very short break as they get these heifers ready to move in. As I said before, there's 37 head of heifers. 10 of those are in the first class of Angus heifers that are coming in, and there's two cash-in people, Sadie Weaver, who is in there twice, both Class 1 and Class 2, and then back at the very end of the Angus part of the heifer show, Kathleen Hamel comes in. And like we've talked about before with the females of all of these species, they do not show by weight, they show by date of birth. So for example, for the Class 1, or for the first breed in our heifer show, you have our Angus cattle. The first one, Sadie Weaver from Cashin there, her heifer was born on the 1st of August, 2020, and you get down to the later part of that show. And, for example, Kathleen Hamel, also from Cashin, her heifer was born on March 12th, 2019. So quite a bit of difference there in the ages of these heifers coming in. As you'll see, as we continue to go on through the heifer show here, the breeds that we're going to have exhibited in the heifer show are our first class, which is our Angus class, second class, which is our Hereford class, Shorthorns, Simmentals, as well as commercials, and a couple other ones here that we'll get to. As they're spraying off the ring here, kind of trying to keep some of the dust down since we've had the barn doors open, since it's been a beautiful day. We're going to cut to commercials for a little bit as they get this ring ready, and here in probably about 5 or 6 minutes they're going to kick off the portion of our heifer show here with our Angus cattle.
At Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, we've helped a lot of people, and our goal was to treat each and every person like a friend. And as a friend, we've got your back, always. We understand what you're going through. Being lawyers is what we do, but it's not all that we are. We care. We'll stand beside you throughout the entire legal process, not just as lawyers, but as your friends. We are Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, and we are here to help.
Cashin Shape Up Fitness is locally owned and operated with no contracts or sign-up fees. Our rates start at only $30 per month, and we have tanning available. Everything you need to work on your health and fitness. So contact Amber Lee to sign up today, 405-538-8248. And don't forget to check us out on Facebook, Cashin Shape Up Fitness. Have a pest problem? Call Rural Pest Solutions today. We offer as-needed services as well as a variety of treatment schedules. We're family-owned and operated, and we specialize in treating life's smallest problems. spiders, ants, roaches, termites, mice, and more. For both residential and commercial, we're ready to solve your pest problems today. So call Rural Pest Solutions in Cashion, 405-238-6565. Proud supporter of Wildcat Athletes.
Chris Cochran and his whole football family are really fired up for the Cashion Wildcats tonight. Also about him joining forces with Legacy Insurance and Investments. He has taken his extensive 25 years of experience and proven customer service down to one of the historic buildings on Cashion's Main Street. Chris is an independent agent now and can shop all of your farm, personal, commercial, and life policy needs to provide you with a lot of different options. He is also licensed to assist with all of your financial planning needs like 401k rollovers, IRAs, and mutual funds. Call Chris anytime and let him go to work for you. Our partnership will be a win-win.
Hey, we're back over here now. They're just about to kick off the heifer portion of our cattle show, starting off with our Angus breed. In Class 1, Sadie Weaver from Cashion, a single entry for her class. Here she is walking into the ring as we speak here. As soon as the judge gives his reason for the end of this first class here, Sadie Weaver will be right back for Class 2, which has 3 head in it. So we'll get to see her again pretty shortly here.
I know you hit on it. Well, Judge is going to give us some reasons real quick.
Big and square out of her hip there. Again, pretty advanced in terms of just the condition at her age, but just like the stoutness that she brings forward, still sound enough out here to make her a little prettier there in her shoulder and her chest, but still a good single entry, definitely usable competition.
Congratulations, Sadie Weaver, being a single entry. She's the Class 1 winner, but still congratulations. We'll see Sadie right back after this as she goes and gets her second entry for this Class 2 heifers. In Class 2, it's Sadie Weaver, Cade Henricks, and Hunter Beeran will be our 3 for the Class 2 of the Angus portion of the show. And like he mentioned, the announcer mentioned earlier about the premium sale things being different. Just the show part in itself has been different because of all of the obvious different things we've been going through this year. As far as the COVID deal goes, typically these animals are here 2 to 3 days before they have to show, versus this year they've made it to where every species has to have their animals in and out of the show facilities that day. So for example, the hog show is tomorrow starting at 11, which means that these animals have to be here tomorrow morning before the show starts, versus in years past they've been able to be here for at least 2 or 3 days even before they have to get ready. So,
and that adds kind of even more of a challenge to, because either if you don't have the facilities at home, you're gonna have to show up really early and get your stuff done. But like you were saying earlier, Drew, I was wanting to hit on too is these heifers. Sorry, that one kind of sound. As you're saying though, these are heifers. These are looking to get bred here one of these days. Kind of the future stock. But so you kind of gotta judge these a little different. You gotta look at this midsection, the hips a little more. In my opinion, if I'm doing a livestock judging, I'm breeding or I'm judging breeding heifers. I'm gonna look at the hips and that midsection because that's that's what's important. That and your bone here again, because that's what's gonna pass on. So,
absolutely bone structure, and he's for sure going to hit on the hip section and the soundness of the back portion of these animals, because like you said, a lot of these animals are going to go home to breeding operations, either back on the farm or at somebody else's breeding operation, and you want an animal that's going to be able to produce calves for you that is going to be efficient at doing so, but also going to carry on certain traits that you really want that you're not going to maybe get from the bulls that you select. As you can see on the camera, Hunter and I are about getting spit on by this heifer here in front of us.
Yeah, she's not really having a good time right now.
And as I touched on Hunter in the steer show right before you got here, the different atmosphere between this and for example, the pig shows. The pig show is a lot more hectic, a lot more noise, a lot more just moving pieces as far as that goes. And for anybody watching and anybody listening on the audio here, you're going to notice the environment here is a lot more quiet, a lot more reserved, because as most of you know, these cattle are a lot more timid than, let's say, our hogs or any of the other ones. So you got to keep that in mind, being a contestant as well as being a spectator here.
Right, and you know, you also got to look. You got a 100-pound kid leading a 1,300-pound steer heifer around the ring. If that heifer or steer decides that it doesn't want to be there anymore, it could very well not be there anymore. So what I've hit on before too is, that just goes to show how much these cattle have been worked with. For them to come in here in a room full of people and kids and everything else and never been here. Some of them maybe never even been on a trailer before. And be brought out here today, got ready in a day. And so kudos to everybody involved.
Again, in this Class 2 group of heifers. Pardon me. In this Class 2 group of Angus heifers here, Sadie Weaver, again, she was in Class 1 from Cashin. And some of the qualities that he's going to be looking for as far as these steers, you're going to see him looking a lot more at femininity of a lot of these steers come in, which when I say that, I mean most attractive to the eye, highest quality just in general, just an overall high quality, long-fronted, thin-necked, feminine-necked, or as it's sometimes called, as the judge might reference, as well as smooth-shouldered. And a lot of these are going to be qualities that you're going to want to see in your heifers and eventually your cows on the farm there. And again, in the steer portion of the show, you heard me touch on the structure and the soundness of these animals. That's going to be something that doesn't change as he comes out, and that kind of is one of those things that goes across the species. If your animal walks well, is smooth going across the ring, wide feet, just perfect squared up and down, easy moving, and is true in their tracking as far as staying consistent in what they do, you're going to see those animals typically do better.
Got a good trio of heifers here, and these two definitely some give and take. They stay in here. You start to stay in structurally. The squareness of her knee and the way she lays back and her shoulder is much, much better. You want to give the power advantage to the one that's got the bigger body, but really that's probably not the case when you get in front of them. She's so much better in terms of just her squareness of her chest floor, how she comes out of her hip and pins, and we get these two on the travel. She's just so much more correct. It keeps her skeleton more correct. A little greener today, and I don't mind that in the heifer calf. Just tells me she's got time to get there, but the way her skeleton is why she's going to beat the heifer here in second. Heifer here in second, boy, awesome in her body. So much volume at this stage in the game, and it's still one that's got some stoutness when you get it behind her. It doesn't hurt her with her hair and presentation the way it is. You like that as well. Her neck set's good. I'm one that's critical up front in those things, and that one gets a little straighter there in terms of her knee, her shoulder, and paddles a little. Gets up on her rear feet just a shade as well. But boy, awesome in terms of volume. The middle there, just not as correct as that one as we view them through the future. I like the squareness of this one here in third. Her length is good. She's got some soundness to her in terms of width. Could use just a little more bone, use just a little more body softness right to that one that leads off the heifer. But again, good trio of heifers there in that class.
Congratulations to our second class there. That was Hendricks was winning the class.
So Sadie Weaver, who had a second entry for the Angus section in Class 2, she ended up getting third. And you talked about the differences that he talked about between the first and second place in that class. The second place individual that left the ring, he talked about how he'd like to see her more straighter in her legs, as far as her legs were a little too narrow, her knees were a little too narrow, down through her front shoulders down. And that goes back to what we talked about, structure and the squareness of these animals and good tracking. And like he said, with Sadie's, out of the structure and the soundness, as well as just the overall presentation that he talked about, hers probably was a little lower in that class there. But we'll continue to hear him talk about the hair quality and the coat condition and that kind of thing. which before the show, it's something you don't get to see on camera. These students spend, hours even brushing and getting this hair tuned up to where they want it, to where it can hide or highlight certain qualities that they want. And that femininity is something that he's going to look a lot harder at in these heifers, more so than he did the steers.
You were talking about hair care a second ago, Drew. I believe we're going to have a fitting contest here at some point today. So if you'd like, y'all can hang out for a little while, or kind of stay on, and I imagine we'll probably be covering that too. And it's basically like for anybody that watched last couple weeks ago at the sheep show, it's kind of the same thing. It's just hair care and getting them ready for the show ring. So if you're kind of interested to see what all goes into the hair care on these exhibits,
and it is a lot.
It's a lot more than you think. And actually, I guarantee you, it's more than I put into my hair.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's kind of cool, and it's really interesting to see how these kids come out and really make a show animal look really top notch for the show ring.
And if you're just tuning in here to our cattle show section of the county show, our judge today for the cattle show is Mr. Brandon Callis. He works at Redlands Community College, has previously worked at Blinn College, Connor State College, studied animal science at Kansas State University, as well as studied animal science at Texas A&M, so he's an Aggie. He currently lives in Minco, Oklahoma, but he was from Needville, Texas. So it's always nice to see people coming out here from all over the place with a lot of different backgrounds coming and being able to judge these animals.
Couldn't be more opposite kind of what they've got, what they bring forth here. I'm going to use young ladies here in front of me, though, just too much to get around in terms of power, but yet she still keeps it together in terms of her function, of her structure, the usefulness of her legs. But probably for me, when we get these two, particularly going from behind, she's so much squarer in her fin, lands just a little wider, direct from behind, a little bolder in terms of just her body shape. And she does have maturity on her side in terms of just being a little more advanced in terms of her condition, and that's where the trade-off is. I like the look, I like the femininity, I like the refinement, I like the lateness of maturity. And this one we're going to leave here in a second. Just decided today you got to make that call. I like that one structure and build, and stoutness just a touch better, but boy, I do love the way that one brought her from rib forward. She is so good, unique, just want to match her from there back in terms of her squareness and stoutness. That's a good pair of cattle.
As he finishes up Class 3 there with Haley Beeren winning, he talked about there the differences between those two cows and how he really liked a lot of them. He said that he really liked the femininity and the front half of that one that got in second place there, but then at the end he really just liked the squared body and the structure more, and the more mature heifer that ended up being the class winner there. And again, I know we go by date of birth and whatnot here. And he says maturity, and when he says maturity, there really wasn't that much of a difference between those two. Haley Beeren, who ended up getting first place in that class, her heifer was born on 2/18/20, and Mr. Henricks, his heifer was born on 3/22/20. So not a lot of difference between those two, but just enough as far as the judge was concerned, as far as maturity and structure goes. Moving on into Class 4 here, we have Brendan Winlake and Brooks. Brendan Olicki and Brooks Olicki. Well, Hunter, the judge may disagree with us when he gives his reason, but the young man to our right here in the announcer stand, I think from the angle that we're getting right here, he's pretty squared up in his heifer's front feet right there.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. I always say everyone's got their kind of style of animal that they like, and you can kind of tell whose is whose as you walk through the barn. And I may be mistaken, but off the last name here, I'm assuming these exhibitors are related in some way, shape, or form, and you can tell because these heifers here are really kind of similar. You can tell they're kind of probably being fed pretty similar and getting worked pretty similar. So that's where the judge kind of has to really come in and really break these animals apart.
I was trying to see if I could see an identical freeze brand on those two individuals there. The young man's had a freeze brand on its front left shoulder. I was trying to see if I could catch the same mark on the young lady's, but I didn't see it from the angle she walked by, so pardon me. As I mentioned in the steer show, the judge is going to continuously have these individuals stop, stand, and move around the ring at different angles towards, away, and to him, just to really look at the structure and the soundness of these individuals.
Another good solid fair cattle here. We're going to use them ladies here in front. Really hit you the right way from the side. So little and good in terms of her head and neck. And then on, there's just a ton of volume to that heifer. She's better when she goes from her shoulder to her forehead. For here in second, she's just bolder, more dimensional all the way through. But yet still balanced and still neat to look at. Give her just a touch more substance of bone. It's probably the advantage the one here in second has on her. But boy, a lot to like still within that heifer. Heifer right here in second, the lower squareness, the hip. I like her length. I like her look up front. Again, at the ground, she is really good in terms of her feet, the angulation of her shoulder and knee. The way she sets her structure and uses it is very good. Just probably in terms of maturity and body shape, she's just a little weaker right there, middle of her back, a little flatter there in her forehead relative to her classmate, just doesn't hold herself together quite as correctly neatly as what that one does. But again, really good pair here with this.
Some of the terminology that he threw out there for that Class 3 group of cattle, how it talked about in the young lady that won the class there, he talked about how she was more smaller frame, more petite up front in her front legs, but then when you get behind that back shoulder there, she really blew up and had a lot more dimension and width to her in the back. He did say that she lacks some bone structure, which he mentioned at the second place winner had. But again, it really comes down to the structure and the way that these animals are conditioned and built for further breeding operations. We talked about structure and athleticism and smoothness as they walk into the ring. I'm not sure what kind of an angle you guys watching from home can get on these cattle as they're walking to and from into the ring. But you really want to look at one that keeps a constant pace, a constant gait as they walk across the ring. And you want one that has a consistent track as far as how wide their feet are. You don't want one that as it walks it's going to kick those legs inward or outward. You want one that kind of stays squared up and just really consistent and smooth in the way that they go, which kind of goes hand in hand with a lot of our other species, I think, Hunter, as far as the walking and the smoothness goes.
Right, it all comes back to the same old. It's legs and feet and range of motion. It all comes down to how's this animal going to be able to get around throughout its life, and I think that's something that's very important when it comes to judging. Very important, and I think a lot of people agree because a lot of judges will cut you for that. They'll really dock your points for having an animal that can't really get around very good. Excuse me, but man, there are some pretty solid heifers coming through today. I've been pretty impressed.
And really just done up very well as far as their hair quality and the care that they were given prior into it. Kathleen Hamill here for Class 5 coming across. You'll remember Kathleen Hamill from our local show. She's really got a very streamlined, smooth, square-bodied heifer there.
Another good pair here, but I still think one that leads off our class, the light, the trying, the young lady here in the yellow. That's a neat heifer. Just her look, her presence is good. As soon as she walks in terms of just structure, the way things set into the ground is good. I'm in what that for. We try to show some competitors for anyone at that age, that fresh, that good in terms of her condition and composition, the way she is probably my favorite thing about that heifer. So she leads off this class pretty easily. Nothing to take away from the one here in second. She is so deep up front in terms of her front end. Her length of body is good. She too has some heaviness of bone, and there's some squareness when you get it behind her. Just ran into often competitive one in front of her, and maybe doesn't have quite the body volume and softness that we find here in the class. But a good pair of cattle.
As you heard the judge give his reasons there for the conclusion of of Class 5, he talked about the difference between Kathleen's heifer and the one in front of her. He said they were both very good steers, or not steers, sorry, very good heifers, and they were. But he said that the one that ended up taking first place in that class, Miss Sage, just had a touch more of everything, really. I mean, she was a very well pieced together heifer that I think you're going to have a hard time beating. So as we get into the breed drive here for our Angus heifers, we're going to have Sage Hanahan, the one that ended up winning Class 5, along with Brooks Oleke for Class 4, Haley Beeran for Class 3, Kate Hendricks for Class 2, and Sadie Weaver with her Class 1 winner. As those individuals are walking to the ring here, I don't know about you, Hunter, but the Class 5 winner that we just saw that's still in the ring here, just a really well put together heifer right there. That's one that you're really going to want in a breeding operation. That's going to be one that they're going to probably take home and keep in their operations, and not to take away from any of the individuals that are class winners in here. But I definitely think the more mature individuals, the Class 4 and Class 5 winners, are just very well put together heifers as far as body structure.
That was a good year. Class 2. I just you just read her. She's always sitting off the degree. Before it's still dry. Shoulder knee. I really like it in terms of just the way she lies, the way it allows her to be put together. I mean, she gets the credit of the rail down that road, and then just a little bit superior today to win the Angus show. Big body guy over here. They come out of the next class as well. And that was a good year. I like her basics and her function, the way she keeps things as correct as she does, as fast as she is. She's not as neat and good, long and chest as some of these other ones. It's still a nice kind of, really neat to the next class and hit it pretty hard. I love just the shape of the neck and the head. She's specifically awesome in the body, awesome in terms of her composition and her head. I'd like to talk about maybe give her just a little more style and structure in terms of all the board. I probably like her foot and bones and the ankle of her hop, design of her hop, as good as any of them out here. Just does a lot of things well. We've got a bright future in front of her. The one here that's going to be out at second class, I like her body length. I like her lengthness of maturity. Her squareness is pretty good when you study her there up high, and I think she's going to be easy doing type cattle. Maybe not as heavy bone as maybe these other heifers out here. Maybe just not as stout featured in general, but there's still a lot of femininity about her, some flatness, neatness, and refinement that you like about her. Probably opposite here within this oldest one. She's a powerhouse, just really, really, really stout. Opens up well when you get in behind her. Still some length and cleanness as you study her up front. If you're being ultra critical of her, maybe you give her just a shot more of a feminine look about her head, her crest, and her neck, just to sit it in just a little neater there in terms of the top of her neck and the shape of it. But boy, from there back, a lot of body, a lot of stoutness. Still one that handles her structure fairly well when you put it all together. So really a nice trio to represent our heifers. But I really like this younger heifer. We're going to use her to be our champion here. We use the oldest heifer out of that last class of years. So really a nice trio heifer.
There being only three head of Herefords here. He selected Brooks Ulanok for the breed champion, and Tyndall Fields with her older heifer for second place. as he talked about, Tyndall Fields' Hereford heifer that she had brought into the ring there, just an absolute powerhouse. He liked to see her a little neater up in the front. When he says femininity, a more not as much muscle and much mass up there in the neck, more kind of trimmed buck and taken back a little bit. But this is where Hunter and I probably lack a little experience and skill there as far as seeing the future. He ended up going with the lighter weight one in that class, so obviously he could see something down the line that Hunter and I really couldn't tell as well. But if he saw it and decided to pick it anywhere in his top there, I'm sure if he described Tyndall Fields as a powerhouse and just real put together there and back, I imagine he sees the same qualities in the future going forward with Brooks Ulanake there for her heifer.
Right, Drew, you hit on how he was talking about how that heifer was a powerhouse. She, that's kind of the risk you run whenever you have one of the heavier weight animals, when you come to putting weight on. And one second, we're going to let the judge do his reasons real quick, and I'll jump back on.
The shape of the body, squareness of the hip is good, quality of the bone is good there as well. Never get too critical of how a single entry walks out here, because they don't often want to act the best, but still one that looks to be long enough in your stride and sound enough out here. We'll compare a little harder as we get a more competition out here. But boy, a nice quality one to start off the short horn division.
We've moved on to our shorthorn class, and that was Case Glazier for Class 1. There's only 5 head in this, so it should move along pretty quick. Coming into Class 2 for the shorthorn class, we have Braxton Murray, Aiden Dickens, and Abby Enders. He talked about the temperament of that younger heifer that just walked in. Temperament-wise, he said that she didn't do very good walking into the show, and he would have liked to have seen her more calm. But, I mean, you take a heifer like this and you put them into a pasture or any sort of operation like that, they're going to have a little bit different temperament. But that is something you got to look for in the ring, because one that has maybe not so good of a temperament here, that's maybe some warning signs to look forward to going into the future into a breeding operation, one that's maybe a little more agitated, one that's a little more stubborn that you're going to look for. And you really want to find one that's going to be a pretty easygoing individual going forward in whatever operation these heifers end up in.
Our semis need to be on deck back there. Jack Birdwell, Blake Hendricks, and Jefferson Birdwell. All 3 of you will be in the ring together at the same time. Y'all need to be heading this way. Short horns are about to be finished.
Another good trio here. We're going to leave them just like they came in here as far as a placing is concerned. This one that leads off this class, boy, you did it. Look, the quality, her presence is very, very good. I like her structure, the way she lands and sets to the surface, where her shoulders angled onto her body, but yet there's still some stoutness, there's still some pin width to this particular female. Probably compositionally, in terms of cleanness of condition, is where I really like her over this one here in second. One here in second, the other powerful female in this class in terms of width and body volume. She's really got some boldness to her. I think the cleanness of her neck is okay. I'd lean her up just a shade. I'd free her up in her movement just a shade. I want to see her just a little more relaxed in the way she goes. I like the length. I like the growth of the other one we have here in third. She too still has some hip and pin width. Her bone and her feet are still... Just with that growth, I like to soften her just a shade more. You kind of looking like that yearling stage is starting to get just a little taller there. Want to soften her a little more, make her a little cleaner up front.
Results in our Class 2 shorthorn heifers: Braxton Murray from the Romaine Escapade Chapel was first, Aiden Dickens from Tennessee was second, and Abby Enders from Old Parks was third. Congratulations to you individuals. Right now, guys, we could bring our class winners back out here together.
As they wrap up the shorthorns here for Class 3, we have Case Glazier back in the ring. He mentioned, I like to touch on the ones that he says that he really, he places lower in the class because it's the qualities that we usually don't get to talk about. We always talk about the qualities on on that win it, we usually don't talk about the ones that don't as much. So as soon as the judge finishes his reason here, we'll probably get into the why nots on some of these.
Straight bubble and the usage of them. She's not the longest neck, she's not the cleanest chested, but still one I think is adequate in that manner. So good in terms of her body, just her maternal look and build. So they're a nice show on female.
That was Case Glacier going to win Class 3, and they're going to get right on into the breed drive here. So the breed drive for the Shorthorns here, we're going to get Case Glacier back in with his entry for Class 1 and 3, as well as Braxton Murray for Class 2. And while he makes his choice here, talking about some of the things that he usually doesn't like in here, he talked about the individual that got third in the last class, Miss Abby Embers. She was a little stiff and a little tall in her back half there, that's something that can lead to some issues there. But you really want an animal that's super smooth going across, and an animal that's not as wide as, say, you'd like some of your steers. To touch back on Tyndall Fields' Hereford that got second in the Hereford class, she was a little powerful in her front half, as they talked about, super powerful in her front neck, and she kind of evened out in her back, but the front half, she was an extremely powerful animal.
To the other. Neat looking, the one that came out of that first class, very attractive, good for body, hip and fin dimensions good. Maybe relative to these other two, we talked about structurally, just want to see her just a little more athletic out of her hind legs. It's just a little tighter there. But boy, a neat posture and look about her. Roan heifer that came out of the next class, good from the ground up. It's got some squareness, it's got some look to her. Still good in terms of her body and her composition. And the Cali one that came out of that final single entry class, just lots of volume and body. Still handles her feet and legs very, very well. Like we talked about, maybe want to extend her and clean her up front just to make her that much neater and more appealing. So really nice setup. Probably one that combines the things you like about the two red ones. This is the wrong one, but he used that wrong one here if you are winning.
Aiden Dickens comes in to show for reserve shift.
We'll bring that second in again. Stout made one, bold made one. Maybe not quite as loose and comfortable. I like the structure and function of this older heifer here. Just going to use her to be the reserve.
Okay, that lines everything up there. It will be number 3, and Abby will be number 4. City heifers.
Moving on into the Simmental heifers here, there's only 3 of them, so they'll do like they did with the Herefers, and they'll show in the same class. I had someone text me about how well groomed these animals were, so Hunter, I figured we'd talk about how much work already goes into these. You'll notice how finely groomed and put together these animals are, and I've seen it take anywhere from 1 to 4 hours getting these animals ready, depending on the weather conditions, which thankfully are great outside. But I mean, just the sheer grooming that you have to go through to get this animal to be evened out as much as they want them to be.
Oh, right. I guarantee you, if you walk back to the back of that cow barn back there, you're going to see, you notice these big boxes. They look like a truck toolbox sometimes. These big boxes they've got. Let me tell you something. Those boxes are filled with, I guarantee you, 60-70% hair care products, man.
Oh, absolutely. And the hair care products themselves are insane. I've seen adhesive sprays. I've seen human hairspray a couple of times. I mean, wet brushes, these cattle brushes. It's really impressive the amount of work and how pretty they can make these individuals look.
Oh yeah, especially when you consider that a lot of these heifers and steers were probably pulled out of a pasture last night. So they've been probably out rolling around the mud, the snow, and everything else. And for them to come out here and look pretty sharp like they do right now, it's pretty impressive.
And it's really amazing the things you can hide and the things you can highlight with what they do with their hair. I can remember one time when I was a lot younger at Oklahoma City Livestock Show, I went up to one of the heifers in the barn, and I went up to touch her backside there, and my finger sunk in about 4 inches into some hair that they had groomed up to make her look just stand out really well.
That's kind of another disadvantage that the judges got on him is you can kind of make those cattle look a little better than they are, you know, you can fluff that hair up a little bit in certain areas and make it a little more filled out or you know, more definition in certain areas. So you know, he's got to be able to see kind of what's hair, what's really, you know, the product. But
as he's having these contestants do a lap or so around the ring here, you're going to notice he's going to pay a lot of attention at the back end as they start to walk, and the temperament as he looks over at the individual that just called over there.
We need to have our high percentage of all of the breeds cattle be heading this way. We got Braxton Murray and Brecken and Jacob Blue in Class 1 of our high percentage ALBs, Leah Dickens, Trey Cordes, and then we end with Jarrett Birdwell. So the ALBs be on deck right here pretty quick like.
Shape that she has to her. Rib cage is good. She's got some back in her to get still, even though she wants to fight it. You can still, she has some correctness about her. Her feet and legs. She's not the heaviest bone or the heaviest footer. But still one I think can put some neat things together. She's got a nice future ahead of her. Black one here in the middle. Again, hits you pretty good. Just her presence, time, and quality is good. I love the levelness and length of her hip. I like the way she sets her back leg to the ground. I just like the way she comes together in terms of her balance as well. If you're being just critical of her, and this may be nitpicky, she wants to run downhill just a shade and strengthen her right there. But boy, she comes together well, handles her feet and legs together, gives you an awesome presence about her. I like this one here that's right here behind this third class. She is incredible in her lift game. Just so good dance there from the back side of her shoulder all the way through her flank and out through her hip. Super powerful. But still, for as much power as she's packed, she handles it adequately well. Little frailer bone, a little more shoulder. You like to just lay her into the top of her shoulder and lay just a bit more. But at the same time, that kind of power is hard to put together and piece together and still have some balance to her. So really nice animal. Probably the one that just grabs you just a little quicker. Neatness and her freshness is the one out of that middle class. So she'll be our champion here in the semi-show.
Congratulations to Blake Hendricks, champion center.
Just a little closer there. Again, all three of these are high quality. All three of these are super competitive. But black one here is third class, a little more my kind in terms of body and shape. So three really nice scimitar.
Congratulations.
Moving on from the from the Simmental, we're going to move into our high percentage all other breeds. And let me see if I have any Cashin people in there. Yep. In our high percentage all our other breed classes, in Class 1 we have Jake LeBlue. In Class 2 we have Trey Cordes. There is 6 head in that class. And again, following the low percentage all of the breeds and the commercial heifers, which is about a total of about 16 cows left in the show. They'll do our grand drive, which is going to bring back all the individuals that you've seen win classes before already. And he's touched on it several times so far as he continues to judge here. I've noticed that he tends to not pick as high the individuals that are super powerful in their front shoulders, but the ones that kind of are more feminine in their front shoulders, and they kind of blow up as they go into that back ribs and their back hips there.
You know, this is, you know, we said, you know, you want to look for a little more size in the midsection and back in the hips, you know, for birthing purposes. But you know, at the same time, it's in a fat cow competition. You know, you got to have one that's got some definition to her that will still produce some good looking stock for the future. And you know, when you're talking breeding heifers, breeding sows, whatever you want, or breeding gilts, or ewes or does, whatever you want to do, you know, it's all about the that's the name of the game is what's this thing going to produce in the future. And I got to say, I haven't seen one heifer or steer that has come out and I've thought negatively of it. I think that Kingfisher County livestock's looking good this year.
Just a little different look, the presence about her, her length of hip is good, her depth of body is good, the usage of her structure is very, very appealing as well, and again, love just the look she portrays up front. If you're going to critique her at all, just lay her back on her shoulder ever so slightly. She can look just a little vertical at times when you get a quarter of her, but boy, she still has some reach and some usage of it there. Love the body dimension of this heifer that comes next. So broody and so overdone. Muscle to her, her joints are still flat and good. She's got enough neatness and thinness about her neck, just relative to that class winner. Maybe that blended quite as smooth. Maybe that benefit from just the looseness of her structure that we find in that class winner, but still a neat heifer. I like the quality of the heifer here in third as well. We've got her nice and clipped and presented. Her upper skeleton works extremely well. Whether the boldness of her body, just not as soft as those other two, probably just a little frailer there in terms of her bone is what those other two are as well. But that's a good trio AOB heifers.
Congratulations to our Class 1 winner, Braxton Murray from the Omega FFA chapter.
One thing you're going to continue to hear him touch on as they continue on with these shows here is bones, as far as like bone structure that you can see in their legs. And one thing we were always told when Hunter and I were in the pig breeding deal was feet and legs is one of those things that always carries on. Good feet and good legs, good bones in their legs is something that's going to be carried on throughout. So that's something that he's going to continue to hit on and talk about the ones that either lack that or the ones that are really powerful as far as the bone structure goes. Again, as you've seen throughout the day, the judge is going to have these contestants move around in a variety of different ways and a variety of different times. Cashin's Trey Cordis is in here in the second class with the white individual. He's going to continue to have these heifers move through the show ring in a variety of different ways here so that he can get a good sense on the structure. For those of you that just saw on camera here, as you can see, these cows are pretty temperamental, and Trey's heifer there got away from it a little bit.
That's kind of like I said earlier. This is a 1,300-pound animal. If it doesn't want to be in there, guess what? You're probably going to have a hard time stopping it. Luckily, we got the people over there at the out gate over there that I think they were able to stop her from going on out. We've actually seen that happen before.
Oh yeah, several times.
At the National Achievement Day, we had one get out, and I think it ran probably half mile.
Yeah, to the water tower
before
of the school.
Before they finally got a hold of this. Like I said, these aren't like pets. Like I said, these are heifers out of the pasture.
Oh, of course, like you said, these were probably in a pasture 48 hours ago.
Exactly.
Just the way they handle the structure in the running gear, and that's where the silver heifer here kind of gets it off the knee, and up there, class winner, a little bigger at the ground, a little higher in the joints, a little bigger there in terms of her shoulder and the way things fit together on her. I love her structure and the way she handles that. Like the boldness of the red heifer here, really, really bold in the rib, got a lot of shape to her, and she comes together with some balance there on the standstill, just when we get these two in motion. She wants to get just a little tighter there and coordinated.
Trey Cordis of Cashin right there gets first place for that Class 2. And like you said, Hunter, earlier, you said that there was hardly a heifer here that you could talk anything bad about, and that class alone just came down to just smoothness and structure right there. Even though Trey's heifer here is trying to give him fits, here in the ring, it really came down to the fact that his individual was more sound, more smooth as far as her walking across the ring go. Temperament-wise, she's obviously a little riled up, but pardon me, she ended up winning that class, even though her temperament may not be what the judge was looking for.
Like you said, it's super important. Again, bones and feet work. And that was the two things that killed that second place heavyweight. He came out and said, the winner of this class is going to be the winner of this class because he's a little stronger on the ground, or she's a little stronger on the ground. And when he says that, he means in her feet and her bone. And if you took that for second place, and he told him, he said, it comes down to it, soundness. That's why we keep harping on it. That's a big deal.
Yeah, like we said, the feet and legs carries on. And even though Trey Cordes' heifer right there acted a little off and even almost tried to get out of the ring, she really genetically and was more sound as far as her feet and legs go. And that was something that just hurt the other individual. And that's really something that even with maturity is not going to get that better in time. That's something that's just going to be consistent with genetics, and so that's something the judge is going to continue to harp on here today, is the main things that he's going to want to see carried on.
Right, and I'm sure it holds true in the in the cattle world. I don't care, like I said, if you're dealing with a cattle or a steer or a whatever it may be, sheep, hog, But if you got the best looking animal in the barn standing still, and then you put it in motion, man, it doesn't have the range of motion. It's not going to place very good. Bottom line. Yes, the looks are everything, but at the same time, so is motion.
I just really like the look and presence of her. Softness is good. Looks like she's starting going to have a good udder when that time comes. Again, muscle type's good. And I think one thing I really like about her is just the design of her hind leg, the neatness of it as she can. So we'll compare her out here in our drive here amongst our AOBs, but a nice heifer here represent this class.
That was Jarrett Birdwell of the Class 3 winner. He's going to remain in the ring as they bring Trey Cordes of Class 2. He's from Cashin, everybody, back into the ring. And the Class 1 winner, Braxton Murray, he's going to compare those three individuals in this high percentage all other breed category. I'll tell you in this, he's going to compare Trey Cordes' up to the class winners. It's going to be interesting to me if that temperament issue that we were just kind of hitting on is going to come into play here with individuals that are probably pretty close to soundness-wise with his.
True, but also if you maybe it's pretty close. But if you look down in the feet on this the heifer that just came in the ring, that black heifer out there, she. If you look, she's just a little frailer in the foot. So, it'll be interesting to see what if the judge decides to really handicap him for that, or see if she'll that temperament will get her.
For those of you who may not be familiar with the terminology, that are watching online, I'll get to it after he gives his reasons.
Again, a nice set here, we look at that there, a lot of the look and the ease to her, just maybe a little more work with her shoulder, like a comment, but boy, still got a lot of look all over here. White heifer, huge look all over here, look what's all over the white heifer now. Still has some squareness to her there as well. Just maybe a little portion of your heifers on either side of her. And then the red heifer, you're probably playing as good as any angles, as good as any up front. You get still has some volume. It's very, very good in terms of composition of where she's at. So really nice setup. I will want the handles are structured, her skeleton best, still has some way substitute for being the red heifer. And you use her to be a champion here with this division. She's a single entry, and that was a really tough class. They're out of first class, and I really realized this heifer still. So please like every year for further life to you there.
Ranking will enter the ring at this time. Stay put. Showing there. Okay.
he ended up picking the larger heifer there for his class winner. And I couldn't remember the name of the individual he picked for second. But like you said, Trey Cordes' heifer here, huge boned. But as far as he mentioned, the other heifer that won the breed, or won the class, I should say, she was just a little more blown out and better in her entire composition as far as her stance, the way she planted, and the way that she was blown out in her back, as well as her femininity up front and the rib cage. And he ended up going with the smaller individual in the front. It maybe a little smaller boned, but it was an individual that was pretty well built, is from her front shoulders backwards. They're continuing into sale order here with this high percentage all other breeds category. Following that, we're going to move into our low percentage all other breeds, which that'll have Hannah Hamill from Cashin in the first class with Brecken Murray, and then Kathleen Hamill in Class 2 of Cashin will be in that against Evan Enders, and then Class 3 will be Braden Whipple. Following that, we'll go into our commercial heifers. And with commercial heifers, we have Sadie Weaver from Cashin will be the only Cashin person shown in that. As we mentioned before a couple times, after they select the breed champion and reserve champion, they go into sale order, which is the ranking that you're going to get when they start selecting these cattle that are going to go to the premium sale here in about a week or so, I'd imagine. Jake LeBlue from Cashin got selected to go into that sale order pot to see where he might get put here in about a week or so. Again, as they continue on in here, a big shout out to our ag teacher, Miss Holly Drake. I know that in years past, you can get these animals up here a couple days in advance to have everything in order before the show, versus today and at the sheep and goat show last week, the animals that they had show that day, they had to bring up here that morning. And the same goes with the hog show tomorrow that Hunter and I will also be broadcasting starting at 11. Those hogs have to be loaded up tomorrow morning and brought here unloaded and ready to show all in the same morning, when in the past we've had a couple days to do that. And I know all the Cashin kids their cattle came into this all pretty well groomed, if not really well groomed, and were really ready. So big shout out to their parents and Mr. Drake for running a pretty tight ship here when it probably wasn't as easy as it could have been.
Right, and I will say, I'm sure everyone's thinking they're lucky stars that it's a little warmer than it was at the sheep show, you know. That was right before all that nasty weather came in, and you could tell that all those sheep exhibitors were really not having a good time in that weather.
Oh, I imagine it wasn't just the sheep showers. I also did not have a great time during that during that ice and snow that we had.
I tell you, this weather today, you can't beat it.
Oh, when I was younger, I was a big fan of the snow, playing in the snow and that kind of stuff. The older I get, the more that I'd rather see these temperatures every single day if I could.
Yeah.
As he continues on here with the sale order that we're going to get into, kind of to talk about some of the qualities that he's going to be looking for as he judges for the people that are either just tuning in or missed it the first time we talked about it. It's a little different than the then the steer show that preceded this. But as far as these heifers, as far as muscle quality goes, he's going to look for these bigger hipped individuals. That goes for the future as far as calving and birthing goes. He's going to look for larger topped individuals and heavier muscled with a wider base. You don't want these heifers to be thin in their base, and I mean narrow footed. He's going to look for those individuals that are wider base. Sorry. Some of the qualities that he's not going to like, and I don't know if he's touched on them yet or not in these specific terms, but he's not going to look for animals that are narrow made or light muscled. And like I mentioned several times, as he's picked winners and losers, is these narrow based cows, these cows that are not as squared up from the bottom up as they go in, and that's some of the qualities that kind of can hurt some of these kids here, as well as the larger framed, the girthier individuals that look a little more youthful. Those are the qualities that he's really going to appreciate as this goes on.
In terms of the rest of the depth of the body, I think the ones that still long enough in the hip, I like the use of the structure. And we start to study too up front. She's better in terms of her shoulder, her neck, business of that, and her acceleration was key to there as well. I really like that every day out here. The second does an awesome job of getting her arms, getting her put together. She's heads up, she's good with her spine, she's good with her hip, and that's the whole story. She's a little frailer there, she's studying her surface, probably just a little deeper about her neck, even though she hangs it up there in the right hand or relatively class. That's two really, really nice efforts here within this group.
Congratulations to your other two victors, Hannah Hamill, the first place living out there with a low percentage lane, and at 1%
As we get into Class 2 here of this low percentage all of the breeds, pardon me, Kathleen Hamill from Caston is going to be in this Class 2 one here. I believe she's going to be the first one walking in the ring. And Evan Enders. We've kind of touched on it back and forth. A lot of these heifers probably came out of a pasture, 48 hours ago to a week ago. And that just kind of goes to show you the quality of cattle that these individuals and their families have on their farm. That this is the kind of stuff that they enjoy doing. This is the stuff that they're good at. And this is the kind of thing that their kids really are passionate about and they like to do as well. There was one individual that walked in several classes back that had a freeze brand at the front of their neck there. So, I mean, that one obviously came off of the family farm or somewhere that they had their cattle before. So it's just really nice to see the quality of animals that these people can produce on their farm, not just for showing reasons, but to continue breeding operations for the future.
Oh yeah, like you said, breeding operations. That's the name of this game. Whenever these heifers and steers, and I believe they are having OIE. I'm not really sure. I haven't really heard a whole lot about it actually. But
I think the plan is still to have it, but who knows?
That's why they have that sale at OIE for these heifers. Because the top producers, they're going down there and they're buying their breeding stock for next year.
Yeah, I mean, I even know that people like Bob Funk over at Express Ranch and a lot of these bigger ranches, you'll see a lot of guys down there that are willing to put premium sale money up for some of these heifers, but at the end of the day, they want to buy them and take them home and put them in integrate them into their operation. So it's pretty cool to see that kind of talent and that kind of quality come out of some of these rural communities off these family farms.
Right, and what's really cool is when you can have somebody come in, that maybe even may not be very big into it. They might have just a few head at home or whatever, and go down to Hawaii and make it in that sale. And I believe they've had cows go for 120 grand plus. So that's really cool for the kid to get to go and do that. But we'll tune into the judge here.
Yet there's still some power, there's still some substance to that heifer. She gets just a little rounder out of her hip, and I modify her rear step ever so slightly. And that's probably where this red heifer has a little bit of an advantage. Her length of body's good, her cleanness of neck is good, her length of hip is very good. Get behind these two though, a little flatter relative to that one, not as bold opened up there. Her forehip probably is what that one is. Just compositionally, that hits you with the same kind of boldness and body shape as what this fox one does. But a good pair of cattle.
Congratulations, Kathleen Hamill from Caston with that Class 1 winner. Moving on into our Class 3 of the low percentage, all other birth weight class. That's going to be Braden Whipple, after they get done with that, they'll do the same as they've done on all the other ones. They'll select a category winner for breeding reserve and then go into the sale order as follows. After that, we'll get into our commercial heifers, and then following that, we'll do the grand drive for the entire heifer section of our show. As we mentioned a couple times at the conclusion of this, that'll be the end of the show events today. But tomorrow at 11 o'clock, Hunter and I will be broadcasting same place here, talking about the pig show that we're both pretty excited about.
I love the shape of the body, and for being one that's that long and it has enough femininity to her, she's really stout. When you get there behind her, pinch toe handles her feet and legs in an adequate manner. If you're going to get on that heifer at all, maybe you blend her into the point of her shoulder, lay it into her body just a little differently, clean her up at the top in terms of her crest, but more lovely limbs, her substance, still got some structure and some composition to her. So another nice heifer here within this division.
Moving into the category winners here, they're going to bring in Braden Whipple, who's already in the ring, Hannah Hamill, and Kathleen Hamill, the three winners prior to select a category winner for this.
Really a nice set here once again. Our first class, that was a really good pair there within that class. I like the future of both those cattle. Just decided this one had a little edge in terms of bone, or maybe just a little edge in terms of little pieces of balance that she puts together. Still like that. She walks in here, got a nice future ahead of that one. Real Cali-centered, bold made one that came out of that next class with her, the red one. And it still sets her head and neck there in the right posture. It's got some stoutness. Like I said, I could free her up just look to them. Young lady's little heifer here out of first class. She's my favorite. She'll be a champion amongst this group.
Congratulations, Hannah Hamill on the class 4A shot here. Record Murray's already pulling in.
Big congratulations to Hannah Hamill of the Cash and 4-H. It's going to be your category champion there for the low percentage all other birth weight. As he wraps up his decision here, I've noticed that he picks a lot of the younger ones to be these breed winners because for talents that he can see going into the future.
When he stops and pulls her together like that, it's hard not to like her to keep those two together. And so we're going to do that. And then I'm second that class to be reserved.
Reserve champion, low percent AOB. So that pops right there, Brandon. Okay,
Again, we talked about how he's kind of picking, kind of leaning towards these lighter weight individuals as he goes forward. Obviously, he studied animal science at two different universities. Obviously, can really focus on the genetics here. And I've noticed that in a lot of the breed deals, he's been picking some of the younger individuals for obvious qualities that he can see, and he's mentioned going forward to be put into a breeding operation when they get a little more mature. they're going to go ahead and start selecting for the sale order in this deal. That usually takes about 5 or 6 minutes, as we've talked about before. But as I was kind of touching on before, the judge was giving his reasons. At the conclusion of the grand drive here of the heifer show today, that'll be it for the cattle show today. But tomorrow at 11 o'clock, Hunter and I are going to be back here again broadcasting the pig show, which that's always a great time. Hunter and I had a great time doing it at Achievement Day there in Cashin. So that'll be pretty exciting tomorrow. Gonna see a lot better competition tomorrow in the pig show coming up.
Oh yeah, the hogs have always been really popular over here at the Kingfisher show. So it'll be interesting to see who all turns out and what kind of hogs we'll be seeing here in the future at District and OYE. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow a lot, and I know you are too, Drew. But and that's mainly because I personally know a lot more about hogs than I do any other species. I might know a little more about sheep than I do cows, or vice versa, or whatever. But none of them even compare when it comes to hogs. I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to especially cattle, to be honest with you. But like I said, the extent of my knowledge of different species is what we got to do in high school as far as livestock judging goes, which is even a little judged a little different than they judge in a show. But like I said, hopefully you guys think I know enough at least to entertain everybody while we're here watching the show. But like I said, if you want to hear it sound like we know what we really know what we're talking about, tune in tomorrow and then watch that hog show.
Nice class as we get to our commercials here.
Following the judges' pick here for the commercial heifers breed champion, they're going to get right on into the grand drive and the reserve grand, which that's going to be interesting because as Hunter and I sit here and talk about all these different categories going in, it's going to be really interesting to see those really good Angus heifers and Hereford heifers, as well as the Shorthorns and the Simmentals and everything that fall does come up and compete against some of the other breeds.
I thought commercials are the most difficult to put together to feel the most comfortable because you get all shapes and sizes and kinds. And all three of these are good, they're just a little different. But first class runner, like we talked about in class, awesome in terms of just volume and substance that she has. I like her heaviness of bone and structure again, and the one that just hits you off with maternal female-like in terms of that body. She's not as neat and intriguing up front as what these other two cattle are, but from shoulder back, she may be unparalleled amongst this group in terms of softness and correctness there. One that came out of this next class, single entry, she is deep boy in her head and neck. Comes out of her shoulder, still one that's got some true body dimension and stoutness to her, and it's hard not to like her. And she's one that maybe grows on you a little more. As you get to nitpicking on her, I changed her foot size and shape, the way she utilizes it. She gets a little rounder and shorter hip as you study her out through her hip and her tailhead as well. And I'll be honest, Hereford here, she's just kind of interesting to look at. Just one that kind of hip and squareness up front, that kind of look and elevation. I call her a breathing piece. There's some things you can utilize, make neat on some show calves on one like that. She's not soft enough. You're just going to be honest with you. Want to make her a little soft there in terms of her body. She makes up for that though when you get in behind her and see just the type of width she really does have and squareness and that kind of upper skeleton there as well. So that's what makes it intriguing for me, because I see value in pieces that I'd like to breed on in all three of these, and probably the one that probably puts it together the best and the most correct amongst this group is the little heifer out of the first class. So she'll be our champion here in love.
Congratulations to Haley Barron. She has your champion out here. Kaden Kennedy brings in second place, class 1, to show for reserve.
That was Haley Barron with the commercial heifer breed champion.
You were placed out in the class, probably fits these three just a little more in terms of your kind or stoutness or look up front. Just gets a little tighter there as well in terms of her spine. So interesting conversation we can have about these other three. I don't know why, I just like her. I know she's not soft enough, but she's neat. Can use this Hereford marker here to be a reserve.
Okay. Here, Brandon, come here. These two could be excused, because both of these two boys had champion and reserve in the series, and they're automatically in there because it was in and reserve there. It all falls out right, but Satan is not in there.
And like we talked about the process of the premium sale in about a week or so, the two individuals, Hagen Harrison, as well as Caden Kennedy, both already had two breed champions in the steer show. So that means Sadie Weaver automatically is in the premium sale with her heifer right there. Sorry, I studied there for a little bit, but we're getting started here on the breed drive. We've got Sage Hanahan coming in with the breed champion Angus heifer. And Brooks Olenhickey comes in next with the breed champion Hereford. Case Glazier, Braxton Murray with the breed champion Shorthorn. And Blake Hendricks with the breed champion Simmental. That'll then go into the low and high percentage, all other breed and breed champions for that, as well as Haley Barron's breed champion commercial heifer that you just saw out there.
Yeah, I gotta say on that breed champion Angus coming in here in the ring, that's a stout heifer. That's a good looking heifer, I think. In my opinion, that this roan heifer coming up behind her here, that's
She is very big.
If it was my operation, that Angus is hard not to look at, but that's kind of the most popular. There's a reason they're the most popular, because they're normally the better looking. But
and really, any of these heifers out here that are all breed champions would really be great additions to a herd.
That's why they're where they're at. That's why they're in the ring right now, because they're the best of their breed. But like you said, any of them are would be a wise choice for anybody to add to a breeding program.
For anybody that missed it, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. For anybody that missed it, our judge today is Brandon Callis. He currently works at Redlands Community College, and he studied animal sciences and industry at Kansas State University, and then finished up his animal science degree at Texas A&M. He came up today and lives in Minko, Oklahoma, and decided to come down and the committee asked him if he would judge today. I believe we're about to get a decision here for our grand champion.
Keep her over here, really nice setup. I know everybody thinks their county fair is the toughest. That's being included on mine, but I'll say I haven't been to many county fair cattle shows and been as this high quality on the top end as what you guys have. You should have some fun here next month down there in Oklahoma City, just because you've got a lot of quality over here. I thought the steer show was nice, but this heifer show is extremely impressive. Just what we bring back out here. So I'd say you got one of the tougher ones, especially here on this female side. Not going to talk each one of them. As tough as it has been, as high quality as it is, I still got one I just kind of like. I think she's a rock star. I think she does a lot of things the right way. That kind of body, that kind of substance, that kind of feet and legs, and still freshness and correctness. So we'll end this effort up here. She's my favorite. She's my favorite.
Couldn't agree more with that decision. Like I said, that's a solid breeding heifer right there. That's what you want. He said it perfect. She's got the size, she's got the hip, she's got the bone, she's got the movement. And she might lack a little bit motion, but really that's a solid heifer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she was one of those that when Hunter and I walked in, she's just super powerful, super powerful heifer. And she's one of the older ones here in the ring, but she's going to make a great addition to anybody's breeding deal. And she's really going to be some competition here at Enid coming up pretty quick, and then Oklahoma City to follow that.
Let's hold on here, guys. Everybody stay put. Keep showing here. We've got to get the reserve.
He went with Blake Hendricks there for his reserve grand champion, and both those two heifers that he picked. And I believe Blake Hendricks was, I think he was either. Let me look back at my sheet here and figure out where he came from, and he was in the Simmental class, got the breed champion there. So two pretty bigger bodied individuals, and I mean you really couldn't have gone wrong with either of them. As he's wrapping up here the show order, there was two individuals here, Brendan and Brooks Ulanok, that I had mispronounced their name, so I apologize for that. But they're filling the rest of the premium show slots as we get here. We want to thank Chris Gibson for coming and letting us, Hunter and I, broadcast here at the county show. And we want to thank Squirrel TV as well as Legacy Insurance and the Kingfisher County Livestock Show Commission for letting us come out here and do this. We're going to be back here again tomorrow at 11 for the Hog Show. Hunter and I are super pumped about that. We have a great time doing it.
Yeah, I think he's going to pick that. Yep, there he goes.
Yep.
Picking that black Angus. He liked her. I liked her. I think the only reason he didn't go ahead and send her on in the third sale order was that bone. She needs a little more bone, and I honestly like a little more length in her leg, but I'm not sure on the birth date on that heifer. She might be running a little heavy for her age. I don't know for sure, but that's just looking at the here and now. That's what I'd like to see. But
I wish he would have said that young man's name a little louder so that I could find him on the sheet and see the birth date on that heifer.
Was the
Yeah, the third pick that they had going into the sale there that Hunter said probably didn't get reserve or reserve grand is a little younger. She was Brandon Ulemuck's a heifer there was born on October 20th. Yeah, October 20th, 2020 or 2019. Sorry. And so, I mean, that one probably didn't have the age and the maturity that the two that followed or that went before him did. So it's always pretty interesting to see the kind of the pattern that he's going to go with here. It really doesn't surprise me that he went with the the darker colored heifers and that. And that's usually the way that these cattle shows go. And as far as the breed drive and the sale order thing goes, those darker breeds and the Angus breeds, which are the more popular ones around, they typically place higher in the show order. And he keeps bringing the callbacks in that are of the same category. And the young man that he just picked there with that shorthorn, I believe, that was another one of those just powerful heifers that came in.
Yeah, and you talk about power. You look at Kathleen's heifer here, or Tyndall Fields' heifer here. You know, that's kind of what got it. She's too stout almost. You know?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's kind of what he said.
Downfall. And you know, I hope to see her go in the next couple. I personally think that Roan heifer's got her beat, but you know, it's just here again my opinion, and my opinion doesn't mean a whole lot in the cattle world. I'll tell you.
As you kind of look here, what got Tyndall in her category, they're in that or Hereford category. If you look at the difference in the head size and the neck size between Tyndall's heifer and the rest of them are out there, Tyndall's lacked the femininity in her neck. She was a little broad in her neck and a little too deep in that neck jowl right there and the brisket right there. So I mean, that's something that's kind of hard to falter for, but she's almost too powerful going from front all the way to the back versus some of these other individuals that what they lack in the front as far as their femininity and the more calmed down versions, they really blow up in the back versus you get Tyndall's that was just a straight powerhouse that was from nose to tail. She was just a powerhouse, which, like you said, kind of ended up hurting her. Even the young man that just walked in behind her, who has a pretty large, powerful individual, just the sheer neck difference and head difference and front shoulder difference between those two is kind of what got Tyndall as far as the power goes.
Right.
But still not a bad cow at all.
Over here side by side, you know, if you look real close, I don't know if y'all can on the screen or not, but here in the building, if you look real close at Tyndall's and that shorthorn that just came in, you know, Tyndall's just a little more blown out up there in the brisket and then in the neck, just like you just said, and toward that shorthorn, so just a little fresher, a little cleaned up, and, as you've been saying, a little more feminine.
And to keep comparing the young man and Tyndall's heifer right there, I mean, just the hair, the coat difference between the two of them. The shorthorn there behind Tyndall, he ended up ultimately picking Tyndall's, which I'd agreed with, I think. Nope, he's just moving her around the ring, sorry, but you can see it really good here as they walk next to each other. The hair difference and the way that they did the coats up there really kind of makes the young man behind her stand out quite a bit, as well as the man in front. And talking about breeding and keeping things on the farm going forward, I think you'll see with Tyndall Fields' family, they're pretty involved with the cattle industry, and I imagine that's one of those that they're going to bring back into their herd. Like, I don't see why not. But I mean, like the judge had said, it's kind of hard to be extremely competitive at some of these county shows. But this has been one that is extremely competitive, and like he said, here in about a month or so, when we're at OYE down in Oklahoma City against, you know, the best cows in the state, I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see the kind of competition and the talent that comes out of the Kingfisher County section of that. he's making up some of the final choices here, huge thank you to our superintendent, who I got to talk to a little bit earlier before we got into this, Mr. Jackson. Super awesome that he could come take time out of his day to come support these Cashin kids. He was at Achievement Day. He even helped us bread some calf fries there for a little bit and cook the next day at the Achievement Day dinner, as well as some of the other coaches and staff members. Always awesome when you have that kind of support. And a huge congratulations and thank you to Miss Holly Drake, who's done a fantastic job under the circumstances given, getting these animals here when they've normally been here a couple days before this, having to get them here and get them ready by this morning.
Yeah, like you said, big thanks big kudos to the parents and the kids themselves too, and even the the county extension agents and the 4-H leaders and everything. That without them, this thing wouldn't be being put on. So big thanks to the extension agents and everybody that helps kind of make these shows happen behind the scenes. A lot of these people that you see sitting around the ring today, they may seem like they're just parents or just watching, but they play a big role in these shows and making sure things run smooth and everybody's turned in on time and everything. So big thanks to them too, and all the ag teachers from different schools as well. So big congrats and a big thank you to everybody that helped put on a good, successful, smooth, clean cattle show today.
And we really couldn't ask for better weather while we're doing it either. I know that all these cattle showmen are extremely glad they were having to get these animals cleaned up and hair taken care of. And already last week when we had that blizzard coming through here, and I'm sure that the hog people coming in tomorrow morning, prior to us doing the broadcast of that show, are going to be extremely glad that we're going to have some nice weather this week.
I may be wrong. They might not be having this broadcast, but I believe they're having a fitting competition. Like I said, I may be wrong on that, but or they're definitely having one. I just don't know if we're going to be broadcasting it or not. But you might just stay on just a little extra until we go ahead and close out, because that's definitely something to watch. It's really cool to watch these kids come out working a team and really efficiently get these heifers and these steers ready for the show.
Like Hunter and I've kind of touched on several times as we talk about the show, it's absolutely mind-blowing the amount of work that goes into getting these heifers and these steers ready for this show. I mean, these are not the way that your cattle are going to look when they're standing out there in the pasture, especially with the last weather we've had this last week. So it's really something to be able to pull these animals out of the pastures or wherever they're kept prior to this and bring them in here and really get them cleaned up and dolled up like they are. And it's always extremely impressive to see that kind of work go into it, because it's not as simple as the pig deal going in this, where you just wash your pig and brush him down. This takes, they have, like you said, they have giant toolboxes full of products and whatnot that they use to get these animals ready to show and make them look as presentable as they do.
Like you said, you were talking earlier about how you've seen even seen human hair, hairspray in their boxes. It's kind of funny. Like I said, I guarantee you, not to dog on you, Drew, but for me anyway, I guarantee if you go felt one of these cows or one of these heifers right now, their hair's probably softer than mine.
Oh, I guarantee it. For sure, softer than mine. These cows' hair gets taken care of every week for the shows better than I take care of my hair. Glad to see Trey Cordes back in there and his heifer acting a little bit better behaviored. Like we've talked about before, these animals their temperament can be unpredictable, especially when you take them from a comfortable pasture environment into a showroom where they're surrounded by people and other animals they've never met before, and having to be cleaned up all day and moved in trailers all day long. So it's not unrare for for that to happen to these contestants. And like Hunter said before, Hunter and I have been here before and seen animals, or seen these cattle drag their showmen across the rings, and you really hate to see it, but the judge obviously didn't fault Trey for it. He ended up doing pretty well in his class, but these aren't pets, like you said. These are animals that have been on a pasture, and they just happen to be these kids' show animals that they work with too. So it's awesome to see that out of today, I think we've only had one or two of these individuals with a little bad temperament, and it even looks like Trey's has kind of straightened out a little bit, which is always nice to see. For those of you still watching on the Cash Modcast TV, we're updating the the placings that are rolling across the bottom of your screen there. So as soon as we get that all typed in, the result of the heifer show will be sliding across the screen there for everybody to see that hadn't witnessed some classes or hadn't watched the whole thing. So they'll be updated here pretty quick. As they're wrapping up the the premium show selections here, and the sale order, the reserve and grand champions and breed champions all have automatic bids into the premium sale. And the way that works, it's not an actual sale for the people that don't know where these animals get sold off. It's more of a sponsorship to where these animals and their presenters are presented on the stage up there, and usually in years prior to the COVID-19 deal, it's been in the Kingfisher County Fairgrounds Event Center, and these individuals are showcased on stages with their pictures of their animals and their placings, and they're sponsored by businesses, individuals, booster clubs, and these booster clubs and individuals that choose to buy them end up getting these kids a little more money back in their pockets. It usually doesn't pay for these animals, as showing livestock is expensive, but I mean, it's a good incentive and a good way to kind of give back to these kids for all their hard work, and it really makes them appreciate what has been done. It's kind of nice to reward some kids that have put in a lot of time and a lot of effort, and get them a little cash back in their pockets for all the hard work that they put in. So that's always nice to do. I'm not sure the exact specificities as far as how the premium sale is going to go this year. I believe that it's either going to be completely virtual, or the individuals just have to go find their buyers prior to that to get their sponsorships. But if you're interested in that, or would just like to know more information on that, that would be something to talk to Miss Holly Drake about, or anybody else involved with the Kingfisher County show. As we just finished up the sale order, they're going to get ready to go into the showmanship here at the show. And again, the showmanship isn't necessarily about the animals; it's more about the way that the presenter and the student handles their animals, and the ability that they have to answer questions about their animals as far as what they're fed, their exercise regimen, and that type of thing, the products that they use. So it's a real good showcase of the amount of education and time that these students put in with their animals, more so than it is about the animals themselves. And a lot of it will come down to temperament and the way that the kids can handle their animals. So it's always just a good way to see the hard work that these kids get to put in outside of the show ring. There may be a kid that works extremely hard with his animal, and somebody else just had the better animal. So it's a good way for those kids to get a chance and be rewarded for things. On the TV, or on the video stream here, we're kicking off I believe it's the junior or intermediate, as they sometimes call it over here, that showmanship. And Cashin's own Jake LeBlue is in this one for sure, as well as Sadie Weaver coming in, I know for a fact. And there may be a couple others coming in that I haven't quite seen yet. But again, this is the showmanship to show off how these kids handle their animals, and it's always a really good time to see the work that these kids put in outside of the ring. As the judge kind of wraps up his junior showmanship deal here, we want to give a huge thank you to Squirtle TV, Legacy Insurance, as well as big thanks to Chris Gibson for helping us set up this here so that we're able to do this, and big thanks to Miss Drake over here at Cashin for giving us the opportunity to do this. Hunter and I really enjoy it, and we really like being able to do it, and it's really awesome. We think that for people that can't get here for whatever reason, get to still be a part of this and watch it.
I haven't seen you all today show this shouldn't take as long because I've kind of seen you. So I've noticed the things you've done all day. Plus, I'm the type that you shouldn't show any different in showmanship than you did in the show. If so, you're missing the point of bringing these things out here. So you're doing a nice job. There's 2 or 3 of them that have done a really good job all day. And then once we bring them back out here, one of them just poise, confidence, smoothness, still walks those heifers into it, keeps it correct here. Young man with the cowboy hat's going to be our winner here in this division.
Congratulations to Cade Hendricks of Okochee County. Congratulations on you, Kippers out here.
And the judge just hit on, you shouldn't show different in showmanship as you did in the real show. At OIE they don't even have a showmanship show. They pick the showmanship winners out of the actual classes. So that's kind of something to remember too. And I kind of like that he said that. He's right 100% that the whole reason we do showmanship is to better everybody for the real shows. So. And that young man that he just picked to win has done a great job all day.
Yep, that was, I believe that was Blake Hendricks, as he said, that won the junior or intermediate showmanship. And so now we're going to get into I believe, actually, that was the junior one. I believe this is the intermediate one because they break this up as
I believe so, and then
freshman, sophomore.
The senior.
Yeah.
I believe these are freshman, sophomore, and senior will be junior,
Yep.
seniors.
So this is the intermediate, which is going to be your freshmen, sophomores that are in that. And then following that, they do the seniors, which obviously, as it sounds, is the juniors and seniors of the showmanship. And I did like how he touched on, I hadn't heard a judge say that before, how you shouldn't show it shouldn't be any different in the showmanship class as it is in the regular show ring. Because if you're, like he said, if you're showing different they're showing different in showmanship just to win showmanship than you are in the ring, you're kind of missing the point. So I kind of liked how he said it shouldn't take as long to do this because he's already seen these kids show. He already knows what they're doing.
Senior contestants, 10th grade through 12th grade, come on up.
again, to kind of finish up here today, he's going to be picking the intermediate showmanship, I think, right now, actually.
Another competitive group. You can tell they do some work at home, and these things are locked in. They work extremely well as far as staying there in the right pose and in the right way. I like the poise and posture of several of you out here, but I'll say that one of you just all day today, the way you get presented, again, no disrespect to the others, because it's closer than what I'm making it appear, but one's just done a lot of little things right, very, very fundamental. I probably more so like this showman's behavior, just the way they handle things, very, very business-like, yet still very, very competitive out here. Come in here in the front line for this black heifer here.
Congratulations to Braxton Murray from the Lomega FFA.
And that was Braxton Murray from Lomega that was going to go ahead and get the intermediate showmanship champion. As these intermediate showmen leave the ring, the senior group for the showmanship is going to enter the ring, and that's always, like Hunter and I said at the last show, that's always more of a competitive category, just because they've had a lot more experience doing it than others maybe have. So I'm going to be excited to see if he's able to pick through that category as fast as the other ones, or if it's going to take him a little longer. Table.
You know, another thing I like about the senior showmanship too is you know they're experienced, they know what they're doing, and so they've done it before. You know, it's not their first show, it's not their third show. It's, you know, they've probably done this a good handful of times. You know, they've done it a lot, and you know, and I think, at least in my experience, it was, you know, when I was older, I kind of cut loose a little bit and have a little more fun. I wasn't worried about winning as much as I was, you know, I'm going to go out here and you know, just do what I do and have a good time.
Props to the young man in the gray cowboy hat that walked into the vest. I noticed that the other two kind of kept looking down at their animals they were bringing them in, making sure they were stepping right. The young man in the gray cowboy hat just kept his eyes on the judge the whole way as he walked into the ring, which is something I've noticed that judges can appreciate more.
Oh yeah, and that just comes down to the whole respect deal, you know, and I feel sorry for anybody that may have forgotten to shake the judge's hand, because, you know, he was paying attention, and at least the way that I was kind of taught is, you know, you shake that judge's hand. He's taking time out of his day to be here for you, so you need to at least go shake his hand, look him in the eye, and tell him thank you. So, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first place or last place, you always make sure to give that judge the respect that he's giving these kids in the time. I mean, like we said, he's from this judge, Mr. Collis is from Minko, Oklahoma, and works at Redlands, I believe it says. And he's taking the time out of his day on a Tuesday that he could be doing anything else, I'm sure, at his job. And I know that he enjoys doing this. And I know that these kids enjoy him coming out and doing this.
Yeah, and I think he's done a really good job of being, you know, really efficient with getting the exhibitors in and out of the ring and coming up with a good decision. I think every decision he's made today, I couldn't, you know, you couldn't argue with. And you know, you could say maybe this one or that one, but overall he's done a great job, I think, today, and hopefully maybe we can see him again next year.
Yeah, hopefully so. I haven't quite heard yet who the pig show judge is for tomorrow, but I'm sure that Kingfisher County always does. The commission on that always does a really good job of picking good judges. I know that Cashin's had a lot of success with over here in the past, and I'm excited to see who they decided to come back with this year with their judge choice.
The top three, we had 10, 12, 15 of them in here. I think they're all very, very smooth. I like the confidence of them here as well. Again, just in some little things in terms of maybe the way you hold your head, or maybe the way you walk, the way you kind them, get the most out of them, or do you show the flaws out of them? That's probably what I expect out of the seniors when we get to this point. Do you keep the right angle of the animal that's the most advantageous for that animal, but also do you keep things kind of simple in your approach to it? So y'all all did a nice job, but again, probably one of them just a little notch above the rest of them. I mean, the black effort here.
Overall showman, overall beef showman.
Excuse me, my mic was down. We kind of talked about it earlier, you know, eye contact and just all that respect. And, you know, I think that intermediate showman, he did a great job of that. And, you know, the judge said all day, he's watched him all day and he liked watching him. So, anyway, let's see what the judge has to say.
Just very, very enjoyable. Kids have been respectful. Things have worked well. And I know it can be tough on them as many as we place and go down, but really thank you guys and kids, especially for hanging in there with these cattle good times. So these three gentlemen, again, just that poise.
6'5". Go Wildcats!
Support your school's booster club and get your business in front of thousands of potential customers. Talk about a win-win. Advertising packages start on this streaming station for less than $10 a game. Call 405-726-0835 or email adam@squirtle.com right now for more information.
Storm season is coming, people, and your first choice for roofing needs should be Rhino Roofing. Locally owned and operated, the Rhino specializes in all types of repair and replacement. Large scale, traditional, modern, unique roof lines, they can do it all. Protect your home and your family with the specialized services of Rhino Roofing. Visit our Facebook page today and make an appointment. Rhino Roofing is all the hype for any roof type.
I'm Todd Miller, and this is Grain and Grange, the coolest furniture store you've never heard of. Come see us.
Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree is dedicated to championing our clients through complicated and challenging litigations. We pride ourselves on a proven track record of success brought forth by fierce litigation skills. The lawyers and staff of our firm are dedicated to effective and personalized representation for every client who entrusts our service. Uncompromising integrity, unparalleled results. Call Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree, 405-232-1211.
Gateway Realty is a mother-daughter team that has a heart for small-town life. Both Anita and Kelly were born and raised in Cashion and are still raising their families here. Their family homesteaded in Cashion in 1908, and it's been home ever since. Anita and Kelly know this town, love this town, and would love to help make this your home too. For a friendly face and trustworthy knowledge, call these hometown girls at 405-641-7388. Go Wildcats!
Cashin FBC is a church seeking to grow in Christ and our love for the body of Christ. With ministries from children to youth to adults, we strive to present the gospel in an engaging and meaningful way. Sunday school meets at 9:45 a.m. and worship starts at 11 a.m. Children and youth meet on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Please check our website at cashinfbc.org for more information, and we hope to see you this Sunday, located a half-mile east of Cashin.
Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape is not your ordinary pool builder. From traditional to exotic and anything in between, our staff offers paramount quality and service through the entire design and build process. We provide service to the entire OKC metro and surrounding towns. So relax, knowing our team is wholeheartedly committed to building a trusting and lasting relationship with you. Visit us on Facebook or give us a call today at 405-285-9729. Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape.
Stream like the pros with Squirtle Live. Find out more at squirtle.com/stream.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging works seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorst get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
Christy Perry is a Cashin-based attorney providing clients in Oklahoma with trusted, experienced legal counsel regarding wills and trusts, bankruptcy, and other areas of law. Flexible scheduling is available to discuss your options, and your first consultation is free. If you need assistance regarding a legal matter, call your local Oklahoma licensed attorney, Christy Perry, at 918-373-0882.
At Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, we've helped a lot of people, and our goal was to treat each and every person like a friend. And as a friend, we've got your back always. We understand what you're going through. Being lawyers is what we do, but it's not all that we are. We care. We'll stand beside you throughout the entire legal process, not just as lawyers, but as your friends. We are Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, and we are here to help.
Cashin Shape Up Fitness is locally owned and operated with no contracts or sign-up fees. Our rates start at only $30 per month, and we have tanning available. Everything you need to work on your health and fitness. So contact Amber Lee to sign up today, 405-538-8248. And don't forget to check us out on Facebook, Cashin Shape Up Fitness. Have a pest problem? Call Rural Pest Solutions today. We offer as-needed services as well as a variety of treatment schedules. We're family-owned and operated, and we specialize in treating life's smallest problems: spiders, ants, roaches, termites, mice, and more. For both residential and commercial, we're ready to solve your pest problems today. So call Rural Pest Solutions in Cashin, 405-238-6565. Proud supporter of Wildcat athletes.
Chris Cochran and his whole football family are really fired up for the Cashin Wildcats tonight. Also about him joining forces with Legacy Insurance and Investments. He has taken his extensive 25 years of experience and proven customer service down to one of the historic buildings on Cashin's Main Street. Chris is an independent agent now and can shop all of your farm, personal, commercial, and life policy needs to provide you with a lot of different options. He is also licensed to assist with all of your financial planning needs like 401k rollovers, IRAs, and mutual funds. Call Chris anytime and let him go to work for you. Our partnership will be a win-win.
For 31 years and counting, Community State Bank has taken great pride in being your hometown bank. With branches located in Cashin, Dover, and Hennessy, CSB strives to reflect the small-town hospitality these communities are known for. Our friendly staff is here to serve you and provide one of the best banking experiences around, equipping our customers with the latest in banking technology combined with a personal, down-home relationship. Come into one of our local branches or visit us at www.mycsb.com. Community State Bank, small-town banking, the way it should be. Member FDIC.
At Water Heater Man, we specialize in repairing and replacing all water heaters. We service the OKC Metro and surrounding towns with fast, reliable service. We keep our vans fully stocked with essential parts needed for basic repairs, and new tanks are always on the vans ready to go. We offer free estimates on all jobs with financing options available. We match manufacturer's warranty for all newly replaced water heaters. We'll get your water heater back up and running as fast as possible so you don't have to put your life on hold waiting for service. Give us a call today, 405-844-TANK. That's 405-844-8265. Go Wildcats!
Support your school's booster club and get your business in front of thousands of potential customers. Talk about a win-win. Advertising packages start on this streaming station for less than $10 a game. Call 405-726-0835 or email adam@squirtle.com right now for more information.
Storm season is coming, people, and your first choice for roofing needs should be Rhino Roofing. Locally owned and operated, the Rhino specializes in all types of repair and replacement. Large scale, traditional, modern, unique roof lines, they can do it all. Protect your home and your family with the specialized services of Rhino Roofing. Visit our Facebook page today and make an appointment. Rhino Roofing is all the hype for any roof type.
I'm Todd Miller, and this is Grain & Grange, the coolest furniture store you've never heard of. Come see us.
Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree is dedicated to championing our clients through complicated and challenging litigations. We pride ourselves on a proven track record of success brought forth by fierce litigation skills. The lawyers and staff of our firm are dedicated to effective and personalized representation for every client who entrusts our service. Uncompromising integrity, unparalleled results. Call Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree, 405-232-1211.
Gateway Realty is a mother-daughter team that has a heart for small-town life. Both Anita and Kelly were born and raised in Cashion and are still raising their families here. Their family homesteaded in Cashion in 1908, and it's been home ever since. Anita and Kelly know this town, love this town, and would love to help make this your home too. For a friendly face and trustworthy knowledge, call these hometown girls at 405-641-7388. Go Wildcats!
All right, we're back here. They, while we were on commercial break, they came in, they set up their chutes here and brought all of their supplies out. So the way this works is in the barn, you'll see this kind of stuff happen all the time, is they bring these cattle, and they don't usually look like this when they go into it. Right now the judge is explaining the rules. Dallas Shropshire is going to be the judge for the fitting competition from El Reno. And I believe he said there you have 10 minutes to get there to do all that they need to do.
Is it really 10 minutes? Is that what he said?
I think that's what he said.
Wasn't paying attention. That's crazy. They gave the sheep 30 minutes a couple weeks ago. No, but
and they just started off here. So what you're going to see as Chris is walking around with the camera is they have these cattle in these chutes here, and they're braced up. And usually what will happen is these cows are coming straight in from being washed, and so they're usually blow drying them and getting them ready to come in here. As you can see, the young man Chris is filming right now has got a brush attached to a power drill that's puffing up the hair on the back of his legs there to make that cow look like it's got more bone there towards the bottom. As you can see, the same chute that he's looking at, all the different containers of stuff they're going to use to try and get that cow ready.
you know, and it's really cool because, you know, you're looking out here and you're probably seeing, I don't know, anywhere from, who's the youngest out here? Anywhere from probably a 7th grader, even younger than that, a 6th grader to, to seniors out here. I don't even know if we have any seniors out here, but it's amazing. Oh, yeah, we do.
Tyndall and that Blake Hendricks guy that won the senior showmanship.
Right. But anyway, like I said, these younger kids are coming out here and they're tearing it up. They're moving like they've done this 100 times. And, I couldn't tell you the first step. Well, I could. All I know how to do is blow them out. But other than that,
the young man,
I wouldn't know what to do.
The young man, Chris, is walking by right there. As you can see, he's spraying that adhesive hairspray on the back of that tail and getting that tail pinned up on both sides to where the ridge of that hair is going straight down the tail line. That's just another one of the things he's got to do. As you can see, they've got a group of things going here. They all have the adhesive spray that's going to keep that hair where it needs to be, and they're brushing up the hair on the legs to make those bones appear bigger. And a lot of people, like Tyndall to my left here that's not on the camera, they're going to brush that hair, and they're going to keep that hair kind of shorter and pinned down on the neck to show off that area a little bit more.
Right, and here again, we were talking about how good these cattle are acting today. How that goes to show how much they get messed with at home. I mean, it looks like they're getting their hair. I mean, it looks like they're at the barbershop. They look pretty relaxed, and then that's also the point.
That one on the TV, there's even got a hairpin in its tail hair right now.
Yeah, and like I was saying, it just goes to show, and the kids themselves goes to show that how much they do this and how much they enjoy it, and you almost have to enjoy it, to be out here and do the work that goes into it. So, big kudos to them, and I will say I've always liked the look of a darker cow, and I think they're a little easier to make them look a little better. That white doesn't come clean quite as good as the black does, but nonetheless, they still look pretty good.
As you see there, Tyndall's even kind of fanning out the end of that hair there on that tail to make that tail, the end of that tail seem a little bit better than it maybe is. And you can see, that's a brush right there. She's almost crimping it like they used to do back in the day in the 80s with their hair, crimping all that hair up to make it look fuller and a lot better. And it just blows my mind the amount of of products and the things they have to do to get this going. And directly behind Chris, once he turns around, there's a young man right there brushing the same way that they do on the tail. He's brushing that top of the rib hair towards the center, kind of making that ridge go right along that spine.
And I believe actually that the winner of this will actually get to go and compete at OIE, and that's held down there at the fairgrounds in Oklahoma City.
That's a great time.
Big show. That is thousands and thousands of exhibitors, and thousands and thousands of exhibitors and animals down there. I mean, it's actually kind of mind blowing how many animals. It makes you really, when you go to these little local shows, these little county shows, you don't really, you think, it's kind of a popular, not the most popular, but kind of a popular thing in schools.
Absolutely.
You go down there and it really puts a perspective on how many people are involved and how many people are participating in these livestock shows, and
I'm not sure.
Really makes you think that the future of Oklahoma agriculture looks really good.
Oh, absolutely. And like the judge for the actual the animal judgment show talked about this a lot of competition here at the county level. If there was any way we could go broadcast at OYE, that'd be fantastic. I don't know if that'll get to happen or not, but it would be. What they're doing here now it pales in comparison to what goes down there at the fairgrounds at the end of that cattle show. It's just absolutely insane.
Yeah, and another thing too is it really makes you I don't know what their rules are going to be with COVID-19 restrictions and everything, but I will say if we luck off and they allow people to go and actually go down to the show just to watch, I definitely recommend it because especially for somebody that doesn't know a whole lot about FFA and the ag programs and the kind of things that go on behind the scenes. It's definitely something. It's a learning experience for sure, and it really makes you realize how big of a deal that the livestock industry is here in Oklahoma.
And again, you can see the young men on Chris's camera right now, shaving that hair that's sticking up a little bit after he combed it up and form fitted it to that cow's legs right there. You can see him going back over with a hair trimmer and trying to make that leg, the bone of that leg, look as big as it can possibly be. Because as you heard the judge talk on several times, that some of those animals weren't as big a boned or weren't as structurally sound as some of the other ones, and so the fitting process, this grooming them, getting ready to go into the ring, can kind of make a difference in where you could place in a lot of places if it's done right, or if it's done poorly, it can affect you. Which I'm thoroughly impressed at how fastly they set this up in here. These cattle halter and holder deals are not easy to move. They're heavy. It takes two or three people to move them into a ring like this and get them set up properly like that. And then you have to get your cows in there and pinned in the head gates and haltered up there. So I mean, it takes a lot of work just to move this stuff in here, let alone get the cow where you want them to be as far as conditioned wise.
Right, and that's. Here again, nobody thinks about, and I know I hit on this, and I kind of beat it to death, but it's kind of, I like to give these kids the credit they deserve because when I say you don't understand the work and the preparations that go into things like this, you really don't. I mean, not only do they have to drag one of those cattle chutes every show, they've got 50-pound sacks of feed, they've got straw, they've got halters, they've got hair care, they've got blowers, they've got trailers, they've got every little thing you can imagine, and and here they are, they're probably out here at 6-7 o'clock this morning getting stuff ready. So So
And
big kudos to all the exhibitors and parents that help.
Absolutely, and what you're seeing on camera, just the amount of stuff that's in the ring now, is probably not even half of of the stuff they had to bring to the show. This is just the grooming portion and the fitting portion prior to the show. I mean, like you said, doesn't include the trailers, the boxes, just the show equipment, the feed in itself. This is just one small portion of this cattle deal. And Hunter, you kind of touched on how you and I didn't show cattle, and we don't know as much about it as we do some of the other breeds. But I mean, this just shows you how much work and how really kind of cool it is, all the different stuff that they have to do to their animals here.
Right, and especially in the cattle world, don't get me wrong, every animal comes with its own set of challenges, and every species has its own set of hard work that you're going to have to do to make it successful. But when you're talking about cattle, everything that they have to drag out here is that much bigger. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's bulky, it's big. They've got it, anything from, I really kind of wish we could walk everybody through the show barn itself where they're holding all the animals. They've got fans, and they've got just buckets and just tons and tons of stuff they bring over here for a day. And, just come out here and do this. So.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even think about that because, like I had mentioned earlier in the show for everybody that's listening, usually every species is up here at the same time. Usually we move all animals in at the same time, and the shows are just bam, 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 one after another. But you're here, 2 days before the show. All of the stuff that you're just seeing in the ring, which isn't even all of the equipment they had to bring up here this morning. Because of the COVID-19 rules, everything that you see today, all the animals, all the equipment, all the showmen and trailers and everything, if you drove by the Kingfisher County Fairgrounds out here, that all had to be done this morning. And it all has to be taken out of here tonight. And like the pig show tomorrow, there'll be, 500 pigs here. And all of that has to be brought up tomorrow morning, set up, pigs cleaned, pigs taken care of, all before show starts at 11. So it's crazy to me that they're able to get this done this fast. Kind of a cool little picture that you're getting on the TV right there. That's how it's set up. If you were to walk back and take that camera back to the show barn back there where they're getting ready, what you're seeing there, usually it's 5 or 6 of those chutes set up next to each other as you're seeing on the camera, instead of just the 2 set up next to each other, all with people doing the same thing that you're seeing on the screen right now. So, I mean, it's pretty crazy to go back there, the day before the show or the day of the show in the morning if you're not doing anything, and just see the preparation that's going into this kind of stuff other than what you're seeing in the ring right now.
And on top of everything else, these exhibitors aren't bringing just one animal. A lot of these exhibitors brought over 3, 4, 5 head of cattle over here today.
Yeah, I think Tyndall Fields was on our list a couple times with some, and that Blake Hendricks over there, the senior in the yellow, he has 2 or 3 things over here, as well as some of the other people I've seen out here. So, I mean, what you're seeing on the screen right now, which is being timed, they're doing this with sometimes 2, maybe even 3 different. Sadie Weaver was one that had 2 or 3 cattle, so she had to do what you're seeing on the screen twice this morning before the show started. So it shows you the effort and work that they're willing to put into this, and they should, because unlike some of our other species, these cattle are going to a breeding operation somewhere, and they're going either back home, and they're gonna get you results and produce for years down the line. So it really kind of shows you the hard work that they're willing to put into these animals, knowing what these animals can give them in return. as we're still going here on the screen, I may have misheard him on the time. I think he may have actually said 30 minutes instead of the 10 minutes. I couldn't quite hear him on that, but I can't see where Chris is with the camera right now. Oh, he's over here behind Tyndall and them. Doing a fantastic job. I mean, like you said, the amount of stuff that they have to bring out here to do this is really crazy. Do you know exactly what critiquing they do as far as what the judge is going to base his decision off of on here?
No, I don't. I believe, and I may be totally wrong. Actually, I probably ought to keep my mouth shut on that. But I know that I know one thing they care for. One thing they look for is you know how kind of shiny they get that hair looking, and just how, you know, I believe it's just, you know, whichever one comes out looking the best. But like I said, who knows? I'm very ignorant when it comes to the cattle barn.
This is one of the first one of these I've ever watched before, actually. Pretty crazy to watch. The one that Chris is at right now, you can see they've got conditioner sprayed on all those front legs, as well as they even have somebody there with that their lead stick there, keeping that cow calm and cool so that it doesn't mess up what they're doing with that cow right now.
That'd have to be my job if I was out there, because like I said, I'd get out there and I'd be totally lost. But you know, these kids that are been doing it, you know, they know exactly what they're doing, and you can tell.
Show ring.
Well, that and one wrong movies. All these guys get kicked in the head. Really
Oh,
easy.
absolutely. Well, you saw on the screen earlier when Trey Cordes, bless his heart, his heifer got kind of away from him there, but goodness, I believe that's actually the same heifer.
Same one
Yeah,
they're actually doing, and she's actually doing
behaving
a good
pretty
job
nice.
So far, so maybe they got her straightened out a little bit.
And I'm sure, like all the other events in our show today, the judge is going to give his reasons on how he picks it after this. It's going to be a learning experience for me, for sure, to see what exactly categories he goes off of, and kind of the way that he's going to judge this deal on what team does a better job, honestly. These are the young men that we were talking about that were all down on all fours there with their razors. You can see the different colors on her front legs there. That's that conditioner spray and that adhesive spray that they're spraying on her front legs there to get everything ready. And I mean, if you can see, there's two guys there working on the same leg with the shavers, or the trimmers, I should say. It just shows you the discipline you got to have. And they've obviously done this once or twice before, and they've probably done it twice today. But it just kind of shows the amount of effort it really takes to get these animals show ready. you can see right there on the camera is right in front of us. They've got those crimps on that tail to kind of pin that hair up in the back down that ridge as they've done before. Now they're working on the bottom part of that tail there. Everybody's still watching. We're kind of sorry about the internet connection. We're not in the ideal spot here in a indoor 10 building trying to get good internet. It's held out for us all day long, but we've kind of got the router moved to a different spot, trying to get better coverage of this fitting deal in front of us. But while they're wrapping up the fitting contest here, again, we want to thank Miss Drake for letting Hunter and I come out here and broadcast this, as well as Chris Gibson for coming and setting everything up for us so that we're able to do this. Like we said, we'll be back tomorrow at 11 o'clock or a little before 11 o'clock to get the hog show started with. Hunter and I are super pumped about that, and it should be a good day. I know there's a lot of Cashion people that are excited to showcase what they had at Achievement Day, but up against some other competition around the area. So it should be a really good time. That should start right at around 11, give or take, maybe a little bit earlier. But you know how these livestock show goes. They can start on time or they can start pretty late. Who knows, really? But the goal right now is to shoot starting off at 11, and we'll be broadcasting right before that a little bit to kind of keep everybody updated as to starting times. So be on the lookout on Facebook or wherever else to keep updates on the times of when we're going to be here and where we're broadcasting it at. So we hope to see everybody that watched today come back and watch tomorrow for the hog show, because it's usually going to be a good time here. We should be coming down to the final minutes of this fitting contest. I believe the rules is 30 minutes to get everything ready. With the way that they're grooming these cattle towards the top of their ribs here, it kind of makes me think that they're kind of putting on the finishing touches or the final pieces here at the end. Getting back on here, the one that's on your screen now that Chris has been filming, those young men have been at it for a while here, grooming, getting those feet and legs ready. I believe that's one of those heifers earlier in the show that the judge remarked how she needed to be a little bit bigger boned in her feet down there and a little bit wider. So you've been seeing them focus pretty hard on the feet and legs portion of it, getting that hair just where they want it, even spraying their conditioner spray on there, trying to get that hair just puffy enough and just pulled out enough to where it makes up a little bit or compensates for that bigger bone that they lack. It makes it appear that they do have it. We should be coming down to the final minutes here of this fitting competition. It's gonna be really curious to see the judges, to hear the judges' reasons behind who he picked and why he picked him, as well as kind of talk about what what goes into picking a winner for this competition is Hunter and I have talked about. Hunter and I have only watched a few of these. Hunter more than I've only seen maybe one, or I think this is the first one I've actually watched all the way through. So it's been a learning experience for me and Hunter both to see the effort that goes into this kind of thing. And like we've said 10 times before, this is all the kind of stuff they had to do this morning before the show. And as you saw the cattle that they put into these chutes, they did not look the way they did going into these chutes as they did this morning. These cattle had already been groomed to a certain extent prior to getting into these chutes. So, I mean, you can just see the amount of work it takes just to get one of these cattle ready to show for the county show today. As you can imagine, there's people here that have multiple entries, and one of those that had multiple entries is Caden Kennedy, who I don't know if he's out here or not, but for example, he had 3 with his family here today, and so he and his family and whoever helps him had to do this 3 times this morning just before the show started at noon. With the way that they're packing up all of their cans, I believe we're coming down to the final minutes here. The young men that were previously just on your camera are finishing up blow drying their heifer, as well as putting all of their sprays and conditioners and tools and wrapping up extension cords back up, which I know is part of the fitting competition, is cleaning up your area afterwards and putting everything back the way you found it. Kind of seeing the same trend as Chris kind of slowly moves around the rest of the stations on here. Everybody kind of getting their ducks in a row, putting everything back, getting all their cords and everything wrapped up, their sprays done, putting the final touches and finishing pieces on their cattle. The one in front of you can see they just about got everything cleaned up, and they're blow drying that hair and blowing that hair out a little bit more just to kind of give it that last little bit of edge.
You know, one thing I've kind of noticed over there, I'm not sure which team that is. I don't know where they're from. But anyway, over there on the left hand, here, the team coming up on the screen here, that'll help me out a little bit. One thing I've kind of noticed that's kind of smart is they went ahead and let one guy go ahead and keep on brushing that heifer out, or that steer over there out, while the other two are starting to clean up. You know, like I said, I don't know if you knew this or not, Drew, but I guess they practice this a little more than I thought they did. I know that Cashin's been practicing all week for this competition. As you know, the winner gets to go to OIE, and I think that everybody wants to do that. And I believe there's some money in that one down at OIE.
Yeah, sure I think there is.
If I'm not mistaken, I think there's pretty good money down there for it.
And I'm not sure if, but the fitting competition wins anything here, if it's money or if it's a plaque or a ribbon or whatever it is. But I know, like you said, they have been practicing all week, and the people on Chris's camera right there are taking their heifer out of the stall there to get her ready to be presented. And they're, as you can see, like you said, Hunter, the teamwork on that. They have one person getting her haltered and ready to be presented, while the other two are picking up their stations there. As they're finishing up the fitting contest right here, coming into it, they pulled all of their cattle out of the chute, and they're going to bring them out to the middle to present them. They're bringing all these heifers out to the middle, or all their cattle out to the middle here. As Chris is showing you on the camera here, we have a Cashin team. We have a Cashin senior team and a Cashin junior team. As he's saying on the broadcast they're going through, there's a Lomega, Okarche, and Kingfisher, or Lomega, Okarche, and 2 Cashin teams here. They're going to compete. And the judge went ahead and selected the Lomega fitting team there. And if you couldn't pick it up on the audio, I'm not sure how the camera volume was. Some of the things that he hit on before presenting who the champion was things like clippers and spray bottles and combs and that kind of thing being left on the ground as they were going through and getting their animals ready. So it's just the little things like that as well. He also said communication as far as leaving cords out and that kind of thing. Is what parts of the animals people were hitting and what parts of the animals had been ignored. So he kind of went through and kind of picked around and gave it to their overall best team. From what we could see and what they were shown on the camera, that team had the best communication. They were one of the ones that was picking up their station as they were finishing up. So, I mean, you can't argue with his decision there. So I was really excited to hear him give his reasons on how he picked that. So I think we're just about done over here at the county show for the cattle portion of our show. Like Hunter and I have said a couple times, we'll be back over here tomorrow right around 11 to get this thing back started again for the pig show. And I know we're looking forward to that. So you guys tune back in around 11 tomorrow, and Hunter and I will get things rolling.